Greetings and welcome to this week's episode of Vampire the Masquerade Beyond Armageddon. Before we begin, I'd like to make a few announcements. First, we are proud to announce that Sabbat the Schism is officially out now. Not only does it delve into the history and lore of the sect, it opens up multiple role-playing options for fans of the game, including new playable clans, elder level powers, and much more. You can find your own copy of Sabbat the Schism in the link below. Second, I'd like to thank RS Experiments, our local musical talent, for graciously providing the custom music you've been enjoying so far, including our awesome main theme song called Haven Dweller. If you enjoy any of the music used during the stream and you'd like to hear more, you can find a full library of Mark's work by clicking the link below to RS Experiments' SoundCloud page. Lastly, if you enjoyed tonight's session and you'd like to see more, be sure to follow both our channels. You can catch us live most Sundays at 7 p.m. CET by tuning in to youtube.com/@EriseGames or at twitch.tv/EriseGames. Alternatively, you can enjoy all our recorded sessions on YouTube. Links below. Remember to like, subscribe, and be sure to leave us feedback and suggestions in the comments below. We hope you enjoy the session. And without further ado, let us delve into the world of darkness in tonight's episode of Vampire the Masquerade Beyond Armageddon. We begin the night as the sun sets over LA. The city slowly goes to sleep. Whatever nightclubs are active tonight prepare to open up. And as the mortal world continues to proceed through this rhythmic pattern of daily life, all of you open your eyes. You are currently in your haven. What do you wish to do?
Jack will probably be, as always, fucking reading.
Okay. What volume are you reading?
There was a new one from Delmont shop. Allow me to check real quick.
Mm-hmm.
On 16th century history. Maybe I can find something he couldn't.
All right. So make a quick, let's say, int academics
Mm-hmm. Not
as you
metaphorically, but
read through. As
eh,
for the others, what are you doing? Larry.
It's
Oh,
probably
okay. Go on. Go on.
Serena is probably considering locations where she can meet with Tanet, given the fact that Jack's contact presumes that she is dead, and honestly, that can be used. The best Malkavian is like the most successful Malkavian is one everybody considers dead. Mm,
Hmm. So you're considering spots to meet with Jeanette and Therese.
mm-hmm.
Okay. Um, which area are you considering for this meeting? Downtown, Santa Monica, neutral territory,
Outside of LA, maybe even.
outside of
Like
LA. Okay.
yeah, like that penthouse, like that hotel penthouse that was like used briefly, like like borders.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. I'll uh I'll get back to you in PMs. In the meantime, Jack, as you read through the volume, you sort of get frustrated, flipping through the pages. Uh, it doesn't seem like there's anything here that even interests you. The All this information is stuff you already knew. All of this information is just it's stuff you don't need. And so you
mm,
close it and you make essentially a mental note of this book is not useful at all, and you set it aside.
very well.
In the meantime, Larry, Jasper, how do you begin your night?
Jasper would begin his night by opening up his study book and seeing what best utensils and tools to use when doing cerebral surgery.
Hmm. All right. Um. Well, searching through your notes, for the specific modifications you want to make, not only would you need a bit of extra material once you start the operation, but the types of tools you'd need. You'd need something that is very thin and sharp, as a lot of the matter that you'd need to mess around with is, you know, either localized right in the interior of the cerebrum, or it's only a few millimeters in diameter. Um, so you'd need something very, very small, very needle shaped. Um, you would also presumably need to use vicissitude with these tools, which is something you're aware you can't do if you just have a metal tool in your hand. Um, so it's quite a conundrum as you try to think of a way to go around this problem. And Larry, how do you start your night?
Morning stretch. Fitness shake. Mm, mm. No, no, actually, I would probably go talk to my crow. Just
Okay.
sit around and meditate,
Okay.
waiting for others.
Let me double check something in your sheet. Oh, actually, for some reason, I don't have your sheet open. 1 second. Okay. So you can roll me you can roll me charisma animal ken when interacting with the crow, and we'll see how that goes.
It goes all in, all out. 7 successes out of 7
Okay.
dice.
Nice. So as you speak with the crow, doing your usual routine on the rooftop, the crow eventually seems to approach you, hopping on your hand to get a bit closer to you. You approach it to your face, and you notice that the crow has a bit of damage on its beak. And when you examine it, it seems like it bit onto something for a prolonged period of time with a lot of force. And examining the shape of it, the way the animal usually carries stuff on its beak, from what you've seen before, you'd say that the object was probably metal.
Can I ask the crow about its beak? Sort of, sign language?
Hmm. You
As
can you
to
can
show where,
you
perhaps?
can indicate the beak, try to communicate with it, and as it as you ask this, the crow seems to observe you for a while, and after a couple of caws, it spreads its wings and begins to fly off.
I'll fly after.
Mm-hmm. As you do, the area under you, you move from East LA and you pass over downtown near Hollywood onto the old haven that you used to have. And approaching it, you see that the crow lands in the woods near the mansion.
Can you actually do me a favor and ping it on the map? Because
Mm-hmm.
I have a hard time. Yeah, okay. And this is not the area where we were hassling the werewolves?
No,
Okay.
the
Yeah,
werewolves are up here.
I'll fly to it.
Okay. So as you descend and begin to follow the crow through the woods, it eventually reaches what looks like a small flower in the middle of the woods, almost the only one there. And as the crow seems to, hop around the flower, it eventually starts pecking at something uh, mixed in with the grass. You lean down to pick it up, and you find that it is essentially a broken piece of a gardening implement stained with, it looks like dry blood. I need you to roll me a perception investigation, and you're using your sense of smell for this. Okay.
6 dice, 7 successes. What can I do about it?
You've been storing up the luck.
Yeah, non-combat trolls are here for me. So
So you smell it, and at first it just smells like dried blood. That said, you've done enough vinculum rituals, enough Volderies, to recognize the scent of some of your allies. This one smells like Serena's blood.
it's a broken piece of gardening.
Mm-hmm. Near essentially a lonely flower in the middle of the woods.
I'll dig out some snow of the way and take a look if this place was if the earth was messed with, essentially, if something is buried underneath it.
Let me check something. Yeah, so not a huge problem for this action, but it doesn't snow in LA right now.
Oh. No shit.
Quite contrary,
Then-
actually.
Yeah.
Then we skip this one and I will just look.
Yeah. So you sorry, could you repeat what you're looking for?
If the earth appears to be messed with, like if the grass is not there.
So you do notice that around the flower, not on the flower specifically, like on the ground where the flower is, but around the flower, the ground seems to have been tampered with somewhat, as if someone was. Well, roll me into investigation. Let's see if you can figure it out.
Dice don't set me up. 1.
Yep. So it's as if someone was digging into the dirt and removing weeds from around the flower. Or, in other words, caring for the flower.
What is this? Is the flower blooming?
Yes, uncharacteristically so. The current time of the year wouldn't really be, you know, it's not exactly spring. It's still winter. It's kind of early for the flower to bloom this much, especially how much this flower is blooming.
And my current Auspex level doesn't allow me to sense anything about the flower. I have 1 dot.
Not really, no.
Okay, I'll text Serena. Bring this up.
Mm-hmm.
Sort of something along the lines of, "Hey, I am at Old Haven. What is flower. And question mark, and I will attach a picture.
Serena, your
Serena.
phone buzzes
Serena.
and you see this message.
Serena looks at the picture. Was the flower blooming before?
No.
Huh. Interesting. Serena replies, interesting. That's my plant spirit magic practice plant friend. Been blooming before. I should go and say hi.
What? Reply.
Larry is left on red, and Serena's basically grabbing the car and going to the Old Haven.
All right. And
Larry just feels the weight of the wasted time crumbling down on him. He gently pets the bird.
the bird seems extremely happy to show you the thing. As Serena makes her way to the elevator, Jack and Jasper both spot her leaving. Is there any interaction there, or will Jack and Jasper do their own thing for now?
Serena just basically says, "Be back soon. Gotta go check out the plant spirit friend I was trying to make."
Where
Serena's already left.
as per fucking usual.
Jasper simply waves like a goodbye without looking at her, as he seems to be drawing things on his notebook,
Mm-hmm.
not paying too much.
All right. As Serena goes to the garage and begins driving to the location, there is a bit of time. Larry, do you remain in the area or do you go back? Or what do you do specifically?
Well, I will wait for her.
Okay.
Doesn't seem like much to do today, so.
As you wait, the crow seems to once in a while fly and perch itself on your wing. Maybe you shift your weight a bit, it stays there, then flies a bit, perches itself on your other wing, then on your shoulder. It seems to be around you, interacting quite friendly, and at some point, its head seems to dart in one direction, and almost immediately it flies off.
What was the reason of its behavior?
Well, you look in that direction. It's just the middle of the woods. You don't particularly see anyone.
Protein eyes.
Well, you close your eyes, and as you open them, they glow this very vivid red. You are able to see in the dark. And as you scan the darkness, you don't see much. Maybe you see some movement in the bushes. And at some point, scanning the bushes, you spot what looks like another crow that slowly hops out and seems to watch you.
I don't know. This crow seems kinda sus. I caw at it. What does it do?
It simply watches you. Doesn't react to your cawing.
I will text Serena. Shapeshift, lady. Here. As crow. Sent.
A reply soon comes. Forest shapeshift lady? Or some other shapeshifter?
He knows grand total of shapeshifting ladies. 2. One of them being you.
That's a crow, you know.
Yeah, I will. I will
He's not
just.
a mage. He doesn't know.
I will just send some. I don't know. That's it.
Okay. Serena, you begin entering the general area of the property. Larry. Hmm?
I go under obfuscate.
Yeah, but you're still approaching the actual spot where Larry is, so you got a bit of a ways off, but you're under obfuscate. Larry, as you text Serena and look back at the crow, it, again, seems to just be watching you. It doesn't really move anywhere, and you then feel a certain odd sensation, as if the air that was the weather was quite mild. All of a sudden there's this rather cold breeze that surrounds you.
Does it seem familiar?
Not at all.
What do I remember of the interaction between Serena and the Lady of the Forest? Like, how did it go? And was Serena particularly afraid of her?
Well, Serena definitely approached the lady with a modicum of respect and care. Which is very...
Asking if Serena was afraid is a bit of a silly answer because you're dealing with Serena, okay?
Yes, you're dealing with a Malkavian with no sense of self-preservation. But like, you're asking if Serena, how Serena behaved around her. It was very odd because Serena doesn't usually behave with other people as if those other people had any say on what happens in the situation, apart from what she wants. It's not like people can force her to do anything most of the time. With this one woman, Serena very much behaved, head down, in a very... showing a lot of subservient body language.
Alright. I will... I will get down and slowly approach the crow.
At first, the crow does nothing. As you approach, with a few hops, the crow begins to make its way in your general direction, but stops near the flower. And that's when Serena begins approaching under obfuscate.
Do I see the crow?
Yep. And you see Larry approaching the crow.
I'm going to use Aura Perception.
Okay. You may roll for it.
One, two, three. 3 successes.
Okay, what are you trying to identify about it?
Well, I've already once looked at the forest witch's aura before, the first time we met her. So I want to see, and like Cainite auras are generally like don't change too much.
Nope,
I
not
want to
even
see
when
if
they turn into animals.
Yeah, but generally like patterns and like general like trends stay similar. So I want to see if it's like the aura pattern I
It is not.
expect from her.
The aura is that of a mortal, though you see signs of ghouling.
Hmm. Hmm. I'm going to draw a card. Whether this is the person the forest witch wanted me to meet. Before
Okay.
I
Roll for it.
1, 2, 3, 4. 1 success to divine and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 3 successes to interpret. I'm drawing only 1 card.
And the question is?
Is this a person related, like, whom the forest witch wanted me to meet?
No.
As Serena is doing that, Larry.
I'm gonna send a text to Larry while under obfuscate that I don't think it's Our Lady. Mortal Gould.
Larry will gently push away his buzzing phone in his pocket and say hello to the crow.
The crow seems to watch you at first, mostly with curiosity. And once in a while, it just looks to the flower and then back to you.
Why do you have such a particular interest to this beast?
Telepathy.
You're gonna use telepathy on the crow?
Of course. If it's a mortal and it's a ghoul and it's like using
Roll for it.
tea and
I said it's mortal. I didn't say it's a human.
well.
You dig into the crow's mind, and for a moment, you see this experience it's having. It's very, surface level. It doesn't quite match the complexity of thought of a human. But you feel this weird overlap of thoughts, as if something is over the crow's mindset.
Over? In what way?
Put simply, as if someone's piloting the crow.
Does it answer me in the meanwhile?
The crow seems quite friendly towards you. It looks to the flower, and then it looks to you, and after it caws a couple of times and flaps its wings, it begins pecking at the flower.
Oh.
I go grab the crow.
Yeah, probably Larry outspeed you, because at this point I understand that this is not the lady.
Okay. Roll me Dex and let's say Dex Athletics.
Lightning reflexes apply.
Hmm?
Lightning reflexes apply.
Yes. Okay. It pecks once at the flower, and you see the stem sort of shake. And as it goes to peck a second time, you just squeeze it in your hand and stop it from doing that. And the crow seems to try and like get off of your grip and tries to peck at the flower some more.
You're not the one I thought you were. What are you, little creature?
Serena, do you just watch or?
Approach and come out of obfuscate next to Larry, looking at the crow, and then just say, I've always wondered if someone's piloting another body, how will
Does Larry
This
get
is-
scared?
this affect you? And I'm gonna use hunting on the crow because there's something piloting it.
Okay. So
I have
roll
a
for
question.
it. And Larry, what are you doing?
Does Larry get scared when Serena suddenly comes out of the obfuscate?
You knew Serena was coming. I suppose you can roll courage if you really want to. If you think that Larry wouldn't expect this.
Yeah, there were no signs at all.
Roll courage.
No. One success. I withstood this.
Yeah. So you get a bit startled, but that's about it. And I also need you, Larry, to roll me a perception animalkin.
Mm,
6 successes
Mm-hmm.
on hunting.
I will handle that as soon as Larry's done with this roll.
Insightful applies.
Yes.
Birds applies.
Yes. Okay.
4.
So, for a moment, you notice that as Serena appears and begins speaking, the crow seems to look at Serena very intently, and then for a few moments, its attention sort of diverts to the sides, and you get the inkling that the creature's more of a creature mentality now. It's behaving a bit more naturally according to the situation.
It escaped whatever you were looking for.
Serena, you have the choice to still impart this power on the bird or not. Hello?
Yeah, I'm just thinking. I want to double check with telepathy.
So you're not executing the power right now?
Mm-mm.
Okay. I won't have you roll for telepathy. You look into the crow's eyes, and you focus on its mind, and all you can perceive is genuine fear and confusion.
Yeah, it's just a crow. Let it go.
I'll let it go.
As soon as you let it go, it immediately flies off.
I'm going to.
The one who was piloting in escape in another creature?
Well,
Or
no,
just-
probably it was possession. It was probably possession.
It doesn't explain anything to me.
So, certain vampires are capable of possessing either mortals, ghouls, even other vampires can be possessed, or animals through their mind. The body is, you know, like in a trance somewhere, while the mind is within another creature.
Okay. And what happened?
To draw some cards for like the crow.
Okay, questions?
Enemy is the crow was the crow piloted by an enemy or one of their allies? One.
Mm-hmm.
Is it an enemy I have dealt with before? Or an adversary that I have, like, interacted with before, basically. Someone I am aware of,
Mm-hmm.
And so basically, is a crow an enemy or adversary or someone in alliance with them? B, whether like the pilot of the crow is so basically I'm gonna have like 3 questions that sort of like depend on the previous one. So I'm gonna draw 3 cards.
Okay, so first question is this crow, or was this a crow piloted by an enemy?
Yeah, so I got 1, 2, 3, 4 successes to divine, and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 6 successes to interpret. So I'm planning to draw like 3, 4 cards. So first question, was the pilot of the crow an enemy or an adversary
Okay.
or someone working for them?
So you draw a card, and the first question is, was this crow being piloted by someone working against you? And you draw a card that depicts a man in sort of this structure with a banner in the background depicting 3 wooden staves. You draw the 3 of wands, and in this case, you interpret it as being something negative. It was definitely piloted by someone who wanted to pose an obstacle.
Is the pilot of the crow connected to enemies I'm already aware of? Second question.
You draw a sun.
Yes. Is so because like Talmahara is ranked pretty high for me, right?
Mm-hmm.
In danger level. They're currently like enemy number 1, so to say. But then there's obviously like Camarilla people, anarchs who might have a thing against me. Heck, the Giovanni, right?
Mm-hmm.
And they basically are ranked like Talmahara, Camarilla, like, I don't know, Giovanni, probably anarchs last. Like, sort of like that. The question is, is this person connected to Talmahara or their allies? Or Camarilla?
This one's going to be a bit more subjective. So you end up drawing. You end up drawing a card that depicts essentially a spear being held aloft by a single hand. Two shields, one on either side. One depicting the symbol of a flower, and the other depicting sort of a cross type of symbol. And above it, you see 4 more spears, in sort of a crisscross pattern, like so. You have drawn the 5 of Wands.
Upright?
Yes.
So competition, rivalry, conflict. Doesn't really apply to... doesn't really apply to Talmahera, does it? Can't consider... we hardly consider each other competition or rivals. More like enemies to the mutual, to the destruction of the other or both. Also cannot say that for Camarilla, whether they know who I am or whether they don't know who I am, I'm still a very big enemy. Possessing animals. Animalism. Is this third card? Is this pilot connected to Sosima?
Good question. Well, we've already drawn 3. I'll need you to roll again.
Have I drawn 3?
Yeah, you have. Is this an enemy? Yes. Is it an enemy I know? Yes. Part of which sect? You got the answer.
Well,
That's
I
your-
do
that's
have
your
1,
cards.
2, 3, 4 successes on divination, on like divining, like drawing cards.
Fine. Yeah, I'll give you 1 more. Repeat the question specifics, because the wording is important.
Is this pilot connected to Sosimo or any Sabbat rivalry? Not, like, basically, not part of the whole Camarilla hates me, Talmahera hates me, so to say.
You... At first you draw... a card that depicts the devil. And at first you think, okay, what does this mean? But as you look up from the card, you just see that coincidentally, as Larry is, just standing around, he almost matches the position the devil is in. Almost as if the divination indicates that it has more to do with him than with you.
Whoever it was, Larry, it has something to do. Whatever conflict, rivalry, or competition that person has with us, which is why they oppose us, has something to do with you.
And you got this from your cards.
Yes, the stars have spoken to me.
No specifics?
Serena just like opens up the tarot cards like like um like a fan, showing him the images. Tell me, Larry, do any of these cards have specific names or representations besides the one, like the few insights that on occasion happen, like with the last card that implicated some connection to you?
Well,
And mind you, I actually was interested whether it has to do with Sosimo because, rivalry, conflict seems certainly like our defected Nosferatu, child of Oswald, technically your grandchild.
and the answer was...
Well, when asking whether it's Sosimo, some internal Sabbat having some beef with us, it indicated a connection to you. But here's the thing. Connection to you doesn't necessarily mean that it's, Sosimo. It could be also someone else. Something else that I'm not aware of, but has to do
What
with you.
is this flower anyway? Why
Ah,
was
yes.
making
Act-
it?
Actually, I'm gonna sit down and try to meditate and connect with the flower.
Okay. Make me a very quick wits occult, please.
One, two, three, four. 3 successes?
So you close your eyes and you attempt your best to connect to it. And while you don't manage to, you do feel a very, very faint... a very faint reverberation in the flower's presence. As if it's almost like it's greeting you.
I really don't want to leave the flower here so that whoever was piloting the crow comes back and pecks at it. Given that it decided to bloom in winter, in this wildland, unexpectedly. Does this flower look like it's a singular specimen, as in
Yes.
doesn't have like too many roots around?
It's just the one. You're not sure how far the roots stretch, but it is just the one flower.
Well, I do have a little shovel for gardening nearby. So I'm going to go and find maybe a plastic bag or something into which I can put the root system and the earth of the flower into, right?
Mm-hmm.
And before starting to dig it out, to take it with me, so that no possessed crows can come and peck at my blood flower, I'm going to apologize to the flower and say, I'm gonna take you with me because I don't want some rude-ass crows coming and picking at you just because you're special. So, apologies, I'll try to be gentle.
Larry, you basically see Serena talking to a plant.
Average Malkavian moment.
I just look at her, look at the flower.
And Serena's gonna start very carefully digging out the flower, going around the roots.
Mm-hmm. So it doesn't take you very long to do it. However, while you're doing it, Larry, you notice the crow return. This time it's your crow, not the peck crow. And as it lands near you, you feel the breeze blow a bit stronger for a moment, and you see a gargoyle you recognize from before land near you. It looks to you and spots Serena and says, "Right, I got a call for help. Do you need me to bash her heads in?"
Was it this one?
And I point to the crow.
Yeah, I came to one of the hideouts in Hollywood. I came as fast as I could.
Oh,
Serena stops digging, and you're just like looking between the other gargoyle and Larry, and being like, there's more of you."
Well, there's
I
only
will just-
there's only one of them. Should I just? And he sort of raises a fist over Serena.
chill.
and I will grasp his hand. And chuckle for a bit.
Let's go away for a second.
Sure.
Larry,
And I will-
why is your clanmate, bloodline mate, threatening me?
Later.
And I will go with him.
Mm-hmm. The two of you step to the side as Serena continues to work on the flower.
It was a false alarm, perhaps. The bird got spooked by another bird. Who was possessed?
Possessed. It could be a number of people.
I don't know much about it, but it was related to me.
Okay, fine. Look. I can reach out to a couple of others, see if they got any leads on this. I'm more of a bruiser type, but I know some of them are good with computers. I'll try and figure out who did this. Why was the possessed crow over here?
I sort of step out of the way and avert his gaze to the flower.
It was pecking at my flower that I've been trying to establish communication with.
Listening in is bad.
Very bad. For your health, mostly.
Arguable? My health is always threatened.
Not helping your
So-
case. I'll look around.
Serena just like looks at the gargoyle and just like considers that all the consequences that would come raining down if if Cecil chose to listen in at any given moment now.
You just continue, once in a while you glance at the gargoyle thinking this. Meanwhile, the gargoyle just says, I'll look into it. Any idea why it might want to peck a flower? It seems like a bit of a waste of time, but there's gotta be a reason, right?
Well, it's blooming in the winter. If I be a crow, I would want to peck at it too.
I think the possessed person was picking it because it was blooming.
I can look into how many candidates for controlling this specific animal there are.
If you got time, and if you really want to be my guest, but in no way I am asking of you any more that you have already given to me.
Nah, chill. It's part of the perks of working with us. Just, keep feeding us the information. And then he turns to Serena and says, and also, keep that one in check. Don't want any of our secrets going to her friends.
Come on, friend. You have got to go.
And I will sort of, clap him on the shoulder.
Yep. He stretches his wings. Unlike Larry's, these are more bat-like. And with a couple of beats of his wings, he flies off.
I will look to Serena. Ponder for a bit.
Well, funny thing is, now that I know about this, you can assume that Cecil and Vicus will know.
No problem with that. I wasn't necessarily hiding anything.
Well, surviving, are they like?
They are defected, as me.
Nah. So, Strauss is an asshole as usual.
We have the same motives, although we are split by our allegiances.
So, one thing that might concern my superiors in the flesh crafting lineage is information feeding.
I was not feeding them anything so far, apart from the unrelated things I saw. Do you remember about that?
Yeah, I mean, on the other hand, if you did feed them some of the classified info, you would be putting them in danger. Don't think your bloodline has, how to say, too many allies all around.
That's exactly my thought process. And I am sorry on his behalf.
I was more I wasn't worried about getting killed or anything. I was more worried about him, his destiny, and the destiny of whoever else is with him if he did manage to land ahead.
I mean, for the rudeness.
Like
Not
not
intended.
like the danger they'd
Yes,
be exposed to from me, but
I know. So, what will you do next?
Take this flower and try and see if I can have it in the house or maybe somewhere on the balcony. Though a balcony in our penthouse might have. Might be still open to the crowds. I'll figure it out, but I did
Did
think.
you feed the flower your blood?
I mean, I did.
Why?
Well, Green Path and all kinds of other Cainite magic often works by using the blood of the spellcaster. So, while I'm doing my self studies, it seemed like a logical step in order to how to say establish a level of communion.
Is this the studies you were speaking of with the Lady of the Forest?
Yep. She's a pro, and I'm sort of stuck against the. I'm faced with a ceiling, a plateau.
I see. Well,
Either way,
I
the
will
lady.
not bother you.
I mean, I'm almost done, so I'll be heading back soon. To the base. Have to figure out where to meet with Tanet, given the fact that the tower thinks that she's dead. And thus, Jack's contact, clanmate.
Why does the tower think she's dead?
Well, because a successful Malkavian is one who everybody assumes is dead. Like me, for example.
I think there is a breach in your
Reaching my.
suggestions. From what
Elaborate.
I found out, she has a special route of communication with Strauss.
First time I realized that instead of Jeanette, it's Therese masquerading as Jeanette. After rumors that Jeanette launched an attack against the Camarilla, forcing her sister into hiding or killing her, while severely harming Strauss, you know what's my first train of thought was? That's a Camarilla plan, right? But also, I did inquire into, Therese's motivations regarding Strauss's deposing Strauss, killing him, etc. Right? And all the like. And as well being allied with you know who, The answers were quite satisfactory. And the endeavor does hold merit to our causes and goals. Because here's the thing. When I used to be a defector, I had communication with all the relevant Camarilla big shots that I needed to be in communication. Despite pursuing my goals.
Alright, let's speak of it later on a more private occasion. You don't know how many more crows are out here. Yes, baby.
And I will pet my crow.
The
Serena
crow
nods.
nuzzles against your hand and then sort of lifts off just a few moments just to go perch itself on your shoulder and kind of nuzzles under your wing a little.
Oh, it's time to go.
Serena nods, gathers the flower carefully, and carries it back to her car and heads out back to the haven.
Mm-hmm. And as the two of you make your separate ways back to the haven, we go back in time slightly. Serena is halfway to the destination with Larry. Jack and Jasper, you eventually hear footsteps coming from Serena's room, and out comes Cecil. And you only recognize him as Cecil because of the color of his hair and general demeanor, as his face has morphed quite a bit. Not only does he look quite a bit younger, he looks slightly shorter, more human-like in terms of height and shape. Though all of his other modifications seem to be still very much present.
Good evening.
Evening,
seem-
Jack.
You seem off. If it makes sense.
Well, I have to play the part. It is
I
what
guess.
it is. I see you tossed one of your books aside. Are you done with that one?
Mhm. Yeah.
Would you mind if I
Not
had a look?
much of a by all means. At this
Cecil.
point, Jack will either either the book on occult or on voodoo.
Mm-hmm. You take one of the other books and start flipping through it. As Cecil takes the book you toss aside and flips through the pages and says, perhaps you shouldn't toss this aside. It develops the basics quite well. Even mentions a few connections between... Well, the language is quite flowery, but develops a few connections between the Abyss and a place called Labyrinth. Do you know anything about this?
Yeah, I saw in some of my books something about labyrinth. Allow me, and Jack will just basically do his unga bunga in his brain. That's theoretically a place in Shadowlands where you can get into the abyss. Well, problem is, it's absolutely fucking unlivable, and some of our acquaintances live there.
Yeah, I see.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, does it matter that this book says here how to traverse the labyrinth?
The what?
How to traverse the labyrinth. Did you miss that bit? And he just
I guess.
points the book in her direction and underlines the area. And now that you read it, the information is there. It's just in a very, very flowery language that adds a bunch of woo shit on top of it that's not really... shouldn't really matter.
But
It's like a bunch of
probably.
assumptions.
Yeah, I just skipped. Couldn't get through all the fluff.
That makes sense. Nearly skipped it myself. Perhaps have a look at it.
Well, you possess a bit more of awareness.
Gifts from forces I would rather be free of sooner rather than later.
The price we pay.
At some point, do
Do you-
join. Yes?
Do you feel right? Because I feel off. Like miles off.
You're asking me if I feel alright.
Well, in general, directional right. None of us is.
Well, I returned from the
Yes, I know.
dead. I was reconstructed from basically nothing. I don't feel all that well most days.
It's just I had a bit more of Johnny's blood than I needed. And now I feel kinda strange.
Well, it was just immortal.
No,
Maybe
he actually wasn't. He can do shit we can't. No amount of blood can do this shit.
interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Do eventually experiment with this. It could be interesting to see. And at some
I'm
point,
not really used to experiments with blood.
You're not used to it.
I'm not used to conducting them. You see, my medium is darkness.
Well, thankfully, you are in a pack with multiple scientists. We can all help you. At some point, do join me and Jasper. I'm going to check on one of his experiments. I think he's working on something rather interesting. Might have a solution to one of his problems.
Let's go.
Cecil takes a few steps into the corridor and begins looking around for Jasper. Where does he find Jasper?
Jasper is probably somewhere in the kitchen area
Mm-hmm.
where he seems to be scribbling on his notebook while taking a small drink of blood. He keeps writing, erasing, writing, erasing. Mostly erasing angrily from his appearance, from what you can see, but he seems to be very well concentrated on his work. The point he doesn't even notice you coming in.
Cecil seems to watch him for a moment and then says, "Your fingers."
At this point, Jasper kind of just jumps in, like he did not expect someone to just come very close to him and speak. Jesus, don't scare me like that, Cecil. What do you mean, fingers?
Your fingers, the tools you need. You can make them out of your fingers. Like this. And as Cecil raises his hand, you see that some of his fingers seem to have these small protrusions on the tip of them. And as he flexes part of his hand, you see small, very precise bone implements peeking from his fingers. If you do something of this sort, you'll be able to use our powers to achieve what you want to achieve.
Jasper looks fascinated as he holds his hand out. May I take a closer look?
By all means. Cecil grabs two of his fingers and just rips them off and hands them to you.
At this level, he should be able
Jasper-
to just detach them.
Jasper takes a closer inspection of it, seeing the bones, opening up a little, but without damaging the structure that he made. As he looks at it and says, "Yes, this could work nicely." And he begins to scribble off drawing on his notebook. If Jack is nearby, he would notice that Jasper pristine notebook where it was very well cleaned is now a little bit messy, a little bit with blood splatters here and there. Uh, and as he finishes quickly making some sketches, he turns around to Miguel and says, to Cecil and says, "Oh, by the way, Cecil, uh, has Jack told about our little experiment for you yet? Very interesting findings, I would say.
Not yet,
At least
but
mostly.
I don't believe she needs to. I managed to get most of the information by myself. It's a worthy course, a worthy path to take. But be sure you're absolutely certain you want to go this way. There's very few opportunities you'll have to turn back.
Jasper looks puzzled but intrigued by it.
And be sure to share your findings. Brain surgery is one of the very, very few topics most vicissitude users tend to gloss over.
Really?
It's only
I find it very that one would gloss with the amount of applicable things one could do.
only to others, unfortunately. Brain surgery is not something you can perform on yourself successfully, anyway. So it's often. And Cecil stops for a moment, and his glance goes upward for a moment. Then he says, "I'm going to be out for a few moments. I'll return in a few hours."
Mm-hmm.
And he simply walks out into the rooftop. And as the door closes behind him, you hear nothing from the other side.
So, what exactly are you trying to achieve with someone else's brain?
Well, not exactly use someone else's brain, but a very small part, the cerebellum itself. The one responsible for reflexes and balance. I think that if I could develop a way to implant a bigger cerebellum, one relatively closer to the size of a, well, mass per size of the brain and cerebellum compared to the cat's family, one would get quicker reflexes and balance to the point where one would say it would be supernatural, even though it's natural.
Well, I guess. Never really. Well, I saw opened head a couple of times, but never really to study it.
You would find fascinating how many references one could get from nature. For example, and he pulls a small book that seems to be themed around octopuses and squids, and he opens up. It is interesting that no one has ever thought of making brained limbs like one of an octopus or a squid, where even in darkness or without even looking, they can get information out of it with just their bare limbs, be able to move in ways without thinking. It feels a little bit too extreme to do this right now. Perhaps more subtle things should come first. Anyway, what is Cecile up to? He looks very normal.
Sorry.
I asked why does Cecil look relatively normal, almost like human
Well,
normal.
he has to play a role for a while.
Yes. Sure. What about Serena? She went out. I didn't really catch what she was saying before.
She said something about her planned, something like that. So, you know, he is a Malkavian, but that's not the reason she can talk to plants.
Interesting. And I couldn't help but listen to something about a labyrinth.
Mm-hmm.
What exactly were you talking about that?
It is a theoretical construct in Shadowlands from which you can access the abyss. With all its, some might say bad and good. What I would say is with all its denizens.
Now, would Jasper know anything about the labyrinth that has ears in the Shadowlands?
Not from experience, but from just studies and hanging around necromancers for a while. You might have heard the mention of the name. How much you know about it? Probably very, very little. You might have heard, like,
Hmm.
it's a place in the Shadowlands. About that much.
Yes, I believe I heard that from my time there, though I personally never seen such a place. They didn't mention that it could possibly be dangerous, I'm sure. But if such labyrinth exists, I have yet to see over the decades that I have stayed there. It must be well hidden.
Well, if I was whoever made Shadowlands, I'd make sure to hide the way to access Abyss.
I find
You
it
know, God's
intriguing that you would
little
say,
rebels army is argued to live there, so I
I
wouldn't want
find it
that as neighbors.
interesting that you would say that someone created since, well, it almost seems like a reflection of our own world, just mixed in with a lot of different eras over the eons, whatever.
Well, something had to make it.
Hmm, true. I am very unsure if you will ever get to speak to the person who created all the innocents. Well, all ghosts there seem to be born from, well, mortal beings.
Do people who die of natural causes end up in Shadowlands?
Yes, no, depends really. Not
So,
all who
if a
die
guy
go to the
dies of old
Shadowlands
age,
rates.
because if it's mostly victims of murder, we might find someone out there who's been through it all.
I mean, Yes, one could say victims of murder, but it's much more complex than that, Jack. For example, I am currently waiting for a wraith to be formed. A wraith that's currently cocooned in, well, Serena's ghoul's place.
Hmm.
How can I explain? There is a stage in between death and becoming a wraith. It takes a while for someone's essence to fully form into a wraith.
Yeah, I guess what what I was saying is Abel is there. Not our packmate Abel. The Abel. Who else than the first victim of murder?
Hmm, Perhaps, perhaps not. It could just be a husk of him. I have heard that wraiths can become unsightful things that become nothing more than animals of what they once were.
Yeah, I don't plan on going there anytime soon. As I said, our secure pass out is no more.
Well, eventually one would have to go there if you wish to map out more of the Shadowlands, since it seems to be ever expanding, ever growing, and perhaps even ever shifting.
Yeah.
Jack, your phone buzzes. Someone's calling you.
Mm-hmm.
And looking at the
Well,
caller ID, you see that it's the phone number that Taffington gave you.
mm-hmm. I'll pick up.
Mm-hmm. As you pick up, you hear his voice on the other end. Jimmy, it's your boss.
Mm-hmm.
I'm calling you to ask about the properties up north. Have you looked into them recently?
How much Norse?
Yeah, the ones just north of downtown.
Mm-hmm.
Remember
Not really.
we got that project. You know,
Yeah, yeah.
me and the investors have that project there. The entertainment park, remember there's a pyramid structure we want to build there?
Mm-hmm.
Um, maybe look into what can be done about that pyramid.
Gotcha.
Yeah, and on the double. Got it? And
Mm-hmm.
the call just goes up.
Mm. Fucking Tremere?
Tremere.
Yes.
Ah, heard about them. Never really wanted to meet them from what I heard.
Can I come back at this moment?
Why not?
Maybe.
Sure.
Yeah.
I mean, you'd be the first Dimitri who would want to meet the Tremere and not kill them. And you realize that Serena came back and she has a plastic bag from which a flower is sticking out.
So. Okay. Yeah, my contact called. He said something about Tremere and just north of downtown.
Okay.
So I don't know. Maybe there's a chapel there. Maybe it's a Tremere who has his nose up his ass.
Could be many things. Are we really in the position to go and pick a fight with Tremere right now?
Perhaps.
I mean,
I mean,
do we
we could
not
gain
have?
information.
Do we not have enough?
Yeah, I'll just try to really like understand because my human brain is just stupid. What Taffy really meant.
So, Jack would have all the information fresh in his mind since he's dealing with this shit, like, presently. Unlike us players who have actual lives besides this.
Yes.
So, north of downtown, that's the area where you and Abel noticed some demonic activity.
Mm-hmm.
And now the pyramid is mentioned there. You get the sense that Taffington was trying to hint at the fact that the Tremere are starting to look into the area with demonic activity.
Mm. Well, a bit of land north of downtown. There's some demonic shit, so...
Wait, what?
Wait, what? Demonic shit, you know.
Let me clarify.
Yes.
Bit of north of downtown,
Mm-hmm.
there have been infernalists, and this is the moment I find out.
Not really infernalist. More like demons influence people.
Do you know how demons
Jasper.
influence people?
Not only through demonologists. Okay, come on. Humans are stupid enough to do this shit just because it's cool, okay?
Yes, and you know what they
Yes.
become afterwards? Infernalists.
Well, we didn't find really much with Abel.
What did you find?
The couple of blocks are under influence, but it's been a long while.
Okay, clarify why I'm quite peeved. First of all, infernalists, whenever they're around, we should probably put them even potentially higher than Talmahera whenever they're active. Because guess what? End of the world shenanigans, right? Second,
Yes.
I'm sure I've mentioned it before. Maybe I mentioned it before you joined us. But in the Free Counties, we had a very bad infernalist plague. And I've literally tracked their death houses by being able to synchronize with one of their sacrificial sites, the death houses, because I've been in some of them.
Okay, look. I've been at that point in almost no control of it, and Abel is Abel. You know how he is.
Right. Well, basic decency and, like, the desire to avoid any type of Gehenna, even one brought on by infernalists, tells me that I should go and snoop around, get the vibe of this new type of
And if you
infernalist
catch a
and
nasty fucking flu,
I'm not gonna catch a nasty flu. I'm a Malkavian.
there is a chance.
No, here's a fun bit. I've poked around previous demons. I'm pretty sure that my affiliations make my head and soul very unhospitable.
You don't know how delicious it makes it, your head and soul for them.
Also, here's another fact. Most of you, I follow the basic Harry Potter rule. If you don't know where its fucking brain is, don't fucking trust it. Don't fucking trust his fucking voices like that. Anyway, The point is, I've dealt with them before. I have zero interest in working with them or in their deals, and I know that I am able to track down their activities if I manage to find some, like place of power that carries their signature. I can find other places. But the problem is there's now probably Tremere there. And Tremere might have a thing or two suspicion about my identity. Anyway, but besides that, when did you find this demon problem?
A couple of months ago.
Okay, very bad in my experience. So you found it a couple months ago, and so far, taking care of it and where this infestation has been festering, who's like running the shit, you've no idea.
Well, I had a feeling that my, let's say, neighbor wouldn't like it there.
Well, you don't
And
have a neighbor anymore.
Yes, I know. That's a problem in itself.
And my two neighbors probably gonna kick any demon's ass, okay? Now, I know of one mortal that was mentioned in connection to the demon worshippers. Someone who had a connection to the three counties, and that was that Hunter's brother, and Abel was supposed to deal with it. Abel's not here, and we have no idea.
You can get an idea. Or we can just call fucking Isaac.
We could take a look around using ghosts.
Right. Did Tafik just say that the Tremere are currently over there?
They have an interest.
Okay, they have an interest, which is okay. Also,
Which means
given...
double time right now.
No. Given the fact that the Tremere are probably the Camarilla who know probably more about the dangers these guys present to the world in general, they're probably also aware that Sabbat has very strict anti-infernalist agenda. Right. What did you already find? What locations? What places of power? Any groups? Any mortals connected to it?
We found a tattoo shop that was... He was getting ideas for designs in his dreams.
Mm-hmm.
Abel just made him not do it anymore, but the guy did some fucking ink before we arrived.
Right.
I can probably draw symbols that I saw, but how much use it's gonna be?
I need to find at least one worshipper, one place of power that will allow me to fine-tune my senses to this current group.
You know who might know more? Isaac.
And why haven't you been working already with him on that?
Well, because I assumed Abel did, and I had fuck ton on my plate as well.
Right. Well, assuming makes an ass out of you and me. So first we're going to go fine.
Just call Isaac.
Fine. Assuming he's not in a fucking depressed state.
Well,
Or
give
in
him a
Manatee.
fucking bone, a demon infestation.
I'm gonna call Isaac.
All right. The phone rings, and after a few moments, you hear a click. Hello.
Hello, my fellow infernalist exterminator. What you got on the pest problem in the north of downtown?
I have put actually your packmate Abel in charge of investigating the area. He's been feeding me some
Yes,
information,
Yes,
and
yes.
in the meantime, I'm preparing troops to deal with the area.
That's not my question. Thing is, this has been festering for a couple months. Last time, we let mostly a mortal infernalist cult fester for a couple months. We've had dozens of death houses.
Well, I have
Dozens of places of
exterminated
sacrifice.
most of the infernalists that were operating in the area.
Okay,
It takes
have you
one to make it really
Yes,
bad, but as far as I could tell, I've taken
but
out
have you
the...
discovered
Yes?
have you discovered any places of their worship power, like sacrifice, etc.?
Well, Abel did inform me that a few points of interest were narrowed down. One of them was the police station in the area. That is where I theorize the main object of influence is.
Well,
Like I was saying, however, most of the more elder infernalists have been dealt with, so we have time to deal with the issue. Still, it should be
listen.
dealt with soon. I was going
just-
to deal with it faster, but I happened to lose my entire pack. I'm rebuilding
I know,
now,
which is-
and my childe shall be quite the army.
Well, this is exactly why I'm calling you. Have I informed you earlier that during our infernalist infestation, all I needed to detect their other death houses, places of sacrifice, was to visit one of those places. That was all I needed to fine-tune my divination tracking skills to that.
That is fine. However, I would urge you not to go to that area at the moment.
At the moment, as in now?
As in, for the past 2 months, the demonic influence has been great enough that anyone not with certain aptitudes, well, they don't tend to survive very long.
I survived one infernalist infestation.
I don't think you quite understand what I'm saying. You go there now, you won't be coming out.
Which means that the situation is far worse.
It is not. It's simply a different kind of festering
I'm
than
gonna draw
what
a card.
you've dealt with in the past.
Miguel, I'm gonna draw a card.
Mm-hmm.
And in the old words of Anahita, on a scale of 1 to 10, how close to world-ending disaster are we with that situation? 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 5 to divine, 6 to interpret. Can I get a number?
And you're asking about world ending.
Yeah, basically, how, like, on a scale of 1 to 10, Basically, one is minor, like easily taken care of. 10 is end
So you
of the
can
world.
basically give her one of minor arcana.
10 is basically world end is hastily approaching unless everybody pulls their shit together. Basically, how bad is the infernal, like, the
4.
pest situation? 4.
Right now.
Mm-hmm. And if we continue on this path, is it going to be managed?
If you continue
Well,
on this
basically-
path,
No,
can
basically,
you
if
specify?
Isaac Abel would, basically, if how it has been currently been dealt with, if it continues along the same, like, progression. So, Isaac Abel, whatever doing.
One moment. Because if I gave you a straight answer, the story would be way less interesting.
Meanwhile, Jack just like fucking pyramid.
While that's happening, Jasper just casually pulls out two of his fingers and inserts two new fingers into his hands and begins testing with them.
Okay, for that, you don't need to roll for vicissitude, but roll me stamina, please.
A card?
Yeah, that's what I'm looking for. Okay, you end up drawing a card that depicts a woman holding two swords. The woman is blindfolded, and above her is the night sky with a crescent moon. You draw the two of swords upright. Jasper, as you place the two fingers, it's a ring finger and a pinky, as you go to attach them, you feel this really, really sharp pain all over your hand as the fingers immediately latch onto your hand and you feel something crawling to the inside of your hand and hooking itself onto it.
Jasper kind of gets scared for a moment, but takes a look to see if any damage has been made to his hands internally as he opens up his hand.
Apart from it hurting like shit, no. You can move the fingers naturally as you would. It just hurts like shit perpetually while it's attached.
So he's just gonna give it a whip test around to get a feel for it, and then proceed to start removing it.
Mm-hmm. You were gonna say something, Serena?
Yeah. So after drawing the two cards, well, your current, on a scale of 1 to 10, the current danger level is at 4.
As I
Which is-
said, it's been managed to some degree. It would have been solved if I didn't lose most of the people I was relying on. But now I have 5 others of my own blood, and they're all being trained by me closely. I won't let these pass.
Do you want to know the second card?
Have it your way.
Continuing along this path as you intend, according to as it's been progressing, as you've been fixing your pack and etc. Okay, as it currently goes and as you currently plan, you shall be in a stalemate. You shall be equally opposed. Which means, the worst case scenario could mean that should you really train up your new childe well, and they become a forcible danger to consider for the Infernalists, it means their powers will also grow. Without finding a ways to find allies, balance, and help from the outside. That's a card.
Well, from my experience, the demonic situation in the area is not going to result in a stalemate. There is not enough influence or any powerful demon worshippers in the area that
There's
could
Premier
match
in the area.
5 of us, or 6 of
There's
us.
Premier now. Snooping around.
There is a moment of silence. There's what?
You heard me? There's been a report
The call turns
regarding...
off.
Well,
Well,
he dropped the
Jasper.
call the moment I mentioned the Premier, which means the situation is probably not good. Because he claimed that if I were to walk in there, I would not come out alive. Bold.
how good is your
Assumption.
self-control?
Really good.
Hmm. Really? When was the last time you had diablerie?
Not planned, not decided. Only was at Nagaraja, the one where I actually lost control.
You fucking planned to kill Jimmy, you motherfucker.
Jim died. He
Yes.
was assailed.
Did you plan for it?
It was a decision I made.
Well, imagine them offering you all the fucking diablerie you can get.
And I will consider the fact that I will disappoint Cecil. Have you considered that?
Not really, but you wanna bet on it?
Yes.
Well, good luck. You won't.
As you all are talking, Jasper just looks up as he's fiddling with one of his fingers as he's trying to replicate the fingers that he has taken off and belong to Cecil. He looks up. So, what is the plan exactly, Serena? Are we
The
going
plan
to...
is not letting her get infested by a demon, because it's gonna end fucking bad.
Like, looks at them,
Uh,
like... Looks at Jack, was like... A very, like... confused, and also... I don't know, annoyed expression. Fun fact. I was this during the Infernalist. In fact, actually, during the Infernalist infestation, I was far more vulnerable to their influence. Potentially.
Potentially. You were far less vulnerable. Potentially, you are not.
I was far less in control of myself then. Imagine that.
If anything, perhaps Jack should be the one to stay behind if you're going there, since he looks at Jack. You do have one that really wants you badly.
He's in a fucking abyss, he can fuck himself.
He could have friends.
Yes. But one thing is killing me out of pity, the other thing is not killing her because you will be of use for them. Believe me.
Serena snorts in laughter. You really don't understand. The demons literally have nothing to offer me.
They probably have.
No, they don't. Everything that they will offer is either indulgent, abstaining from the path, or things that I already can benefit from in my current state.
Well, if you really insist on getting infected by a demon, be my fucking guest.
Like I said before, I could take a look if we go closer to it. There probably are waves there, especially since it's been for months, and well, infernalists aren't
And
known
like
for being merciful.
the last infernalist cult really worked as like race, and their like energy signature like after effects were um pretty like detectable. Wait, Jack, did you get the demon from
From Killed Bali.
Oh, okay, never mind then.
So if you don't plan on killing Bali, I'm fine.
The only killing of Baal is by chopping off their head.
Well, after she manifested some demonic
I
shape.
feel we're going in a circle of arguments right here.
Either way, listen. There's Tremere there, and here's
Mhm.
a fun fact. You're here accusing me of being fine fucking victim or target for
No, I'm
recruitment for a bunch of demons, but I'm literally the last person that tried to recruit. Because I'd be a fucking bother and just go to Cecil and tell him get the shit out of me. But the Tremere, with their ambition for power and their, just their
Aren't you still on red list?
Iris Samling is on red list. Well, Iris
And
Samling is
someone
not.
told who Iris Amling is.
No, actually, it wasn't. Nobody said. Here's the thing. First of all, Iris Samling is not on the red list. That's one. Second, Iris Samling is still officially dead. And bonus points. Which phase of mine is this? I've lost count.
Since I joined third.
Hmm.
Major change, okay?
So there we go.
Jasper gets up and starts walking through his room with the two fingers. Give me a second. I need to put this away before we do anything else. Or start planning to do things.
As Jasper begins to, say this, the roof door opens and then closes, and you hear footsteps coming down the stairs. And Cecil shows up with quite sizable bloodstains splattered across his body. And he simply walks past you and goes to his room.
Do you want to hear about the demon infestation?
The what now?
That was exactly my reaction when I heard that there has been a demon infestation festering for a few months. Sure, it's at level 4 out of 10 right now. But as far as the cards tell, whatever Isaac's planning to do is gonna be a fucking stalemate. It's not gonna be changing, and apparently there's also Tremere now poking around there.
What was his assessment?
His
That
assessment.
he will be fine with his 5 childer.
Yes, while the cards that I drew regarding if everything continues as it, as it currently has, is that they're going to be stuck in a stalemate of equal power. So, worst case scenario, he gains power, he gains more childer, fighting infernalists, their power grows. And given the fact that the Tremere have been there, worst case scenario, we're going to have some infernalist Tremere.
Did your divination specify who the stalemate was with?
Well, the stalemate was basically I asked the question: if I basically do not interfere and let everything progress as it currently does, so Isaac doing his things with the childer and managing, and Serena does the air quotes, managing the festering and the pest, aka according to his plan, as in raising those Angelis at our childer,
to fight the demons. The cards indicated that it's going to be a stalemate of equal power. Given the fact that it was regarding Isaac and Infernalists.
Did Isaac seem
Well,
concerned
after I
about
told.
this?
Well, he was neutral about it, disbeliever as usual. But when I mentioned to him that Tremere from the tower had been snooping there, he dropped the call and ran off.
Well, I suppose let him have at it. If it's a stalemate, that means we can swoop in later and fix the issue if there is a
Yes,
need
but
for it.
but it's also about two forces having equal powers.
Yes,
And
but
if
we
Isaac,
can't solve every problem ourselves.
yes, but Isaac said that he's currently making the Ultra Navy force against Infernalists, raising like a proper demon exterminating team. And if they're gonna be super powerful, and the stalemate continues as it does, that means only one thing. With him growing his power, so will some Infernalists. Like, influence and whatever. That's the worst.
Yes, but if Isaac maintains a stalemate, us joining his side will solve the stalemate.
Currently it's at 4 out of 10, the danger. Imagine if the stalemate between their powers raises the danger situation to 10 or 9.
Do we not have bigger issues to worry about right now? Isaac is an expert on the topic. If he requires help, he will ask for it.
Not from us.
From one of us.
Look, it boils down to this. We're fighting a war. And yes, it's a war on two fronts. But if you send the generals to fight the war on both fronts lose. If Isaac dies, if Isaac finds himself in a stalemate, that's Isaac's problem until he asks for help. We will deal with it when the war gets here. We cannot deal with it before we deal with the other mountain of priorities we have right now. And I need 150 people.
On their way.
I'll have
And
to
the
morph
mansion has
them.
been sorted.
I'll have to work on this structure, this massive structure. I do not have time to deal with some 2-bit demonic worshippers when Isaac is the expert. Let him deal with it. If he needs help, he'll ask. Besides, has he warned us about any dangers there? Did he urge us
I've
to
just
help?
been warned that Tremere are gonna poke around, that's it.
Good. Hopefully Isaac, the demon worshippers, and the Tremere will all kill each other, and we have less problems to deal with. And very frustrated, Cecil just stomps to his room.
After he leaves, Serena just like side-scratches it and like, why do I have the worst feeling that this will come back to bite us in the ass?
There's nothing in the cities that won't.
Yes.
So
but
let's burn the bridges when we cross them.
Life is a gumball. Sometimes you win, sometimes you lose. We just gotta wait and
Serena
see
just
what
looks
the
at them.
deal.
Have you ever heard of effective management? That you plan for future problems and don't let them escalate? No? Okay. Never mind. Of course. Who the fuck cares about that? And
Are you sure that if we go solve that problem, we don't get bigger fucking problem right now?
look, my only suggestion was that we find one area of their powers that I can scan when it's not in use, even after it's been disused. And then I can detect the other location from my safe, from this fucking fancy penthouse, like I did last time.
You know what? Let's just hold it for a moment and try to find Abel's wayward fucking child.
Why? Oh, you mean Hazel?
Yes, I mean the map.
Mm.
I thought you were talking about something else.
Well, if by a chance Abel has another wayward child, it's a breach we have to burn when we cross it.
If Abel has another wayward child he's hiding from us, I don't think he'll enjoy us burning them.
Well, if he has a hidden breach, I don't think he'll enjoy burning it later too. But let's kill the one who he'll enjoy killing, okay? It's not my ghoul who loses money, it's your.
I'm
Just-
aware.
Yes, let's fucking go.
Yes, and do you know what my attempts at finding Jesus have resulted in?
Yes, that he's not on the present map. Did you try Shadowlands map?
Yes. On the one that you made, this part of the Shadowlands, he occasionally appears, but then he gets off, which is near nowhere on Earth, nor on the shadow map you have. And
Okay.
given
Okay.
that we know that he's involved with whom,
Yes,
guess
I know.
where he's going?
I know. Jasper, hit me up. Give me it all. Jasper?
Jasper went to the Shadowlands for a moment.
Yes. Yes.
He has.
Actually,
He looked to the side, he's just fucking gone.
he just bloop, bloop. Yeah, Jasper, just everything on Shadowlands geography. Here.
It's everything. It's
Skip
quite
the
a
part about water of stakes. I've seen it already.
Jasper, do you know the entire geography of the Shadowlands?
No, but he knows much.
yes and no. My theory is the Shadowlands, almost like a living being, grows. So sometimes it changes something, sometimes it doesn't. It varies a little bit. But mostly of the places that I've been, yes, I know somewhat the geography, even if it shifts a little bit.
Okay, so. But the point is, you don't know where the first city is. No one knows.
I do not.
Exactly. So if Jesus is traveling somewhere into the Shadowlands, is kind of like we won't be able to make a map that even like directs to that.
The man has been traveling that for 70 years. I guess we'll make a pretty big fucking map.
Yeah, but that's even if you make that map. Fine, make like what? It's going to be North America. Make
Probably.
make the shadow map of North America.
Now,
Hit me up.
I mean, you've been working on the ritual, so go
very
ahead.
well. Please keep your mind open, Jack. And Jasper will connect with Jack telepathically and just pour in enormous amounts of information, decades worth of mapping.
What
Okay.
he
the
doesn't
Shadowlands.
know, for Jack is secretly just progressing his path he's yet not on.
So, Jack, I'll need you to roll me courage.
Yep. Beleza. Let's fucking
Nice.
go.
So as the knowledge floods into your mind, it almost feels overwhelming how much of it there is when it comes
There's
to
like my
the
lifetime
typography.
of knowledge, but only in
Yeah.
Shadowlands.
Yeah, it's quite overwhelming for a time,
Yeah.
but you manage to withstand it. Gives you a mad headache by the end of it, but you have a pretty good idea of how to make that map.
Let's go to the living room.
Jasper will just quickly before we proceed with anything go to his room and place it in a small box for the time being, Cecil's fingers, until he's in a better mood to give them back.
Mm-hmm.
And come back with his cane. Just because it helps him walk better.
In the living room, Jack will probably just push every piece of furniture aside just to give him like big flat piece of land.
Mm-hmm.
Actually, Jack, don't
Yes.
make the map too large at this moment. Because it will increase the time that I will have to spend on.
10 minutes to half an hour. How much?
Look,
Can't we really spend 20 minutes?
no, you don't get it. 20 minutes is when I'm working with a map max the size of a table. Because that's how long it takes me to basically move the pendulum above the map. If you make it the size of the room, I'm gonna have to traverse a multiple amounts of that same map, like much larger
Fine,
area.
I will make it smaller than the carpet. I will spend willpower on it, and yeah, rituals apply.
Yes.
I assume.
Yes.
Difficulty for level 1 ritual is 4, but still, I'm not giving chances. Beleze?
Watch him roll 5 ones.
Fuck yeah.
Okay, nice.
1,
So-
2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
So, Jack,
Wait,
you
7.
make a bit of space in the living room, you turn off some lights, and after you concentrate with your hands sort of perched forward, the three of you begin to see the shadows sort of drifting to the center of the room. They form these solid shapes, and you end up with this map of North America that is it's only North America because it's a mocking representation of what North America looks like. Everything is nothing is the correct size it should be. Large cities tend to take up almost the size of entire states, while there are deserts that are large enough to cover, to actually show up in large maps, and they are barely perceptible on this one. The entire geography of the Shadowlands is frankly surreal.
I assume it's just like non-Euclidean geometry applied
Sort
to
of,
the real map.
almost, yeah.
Yeah.
And as
It's almost like Cthulhu lives in the abyss.
It's almost like the abyss contains unknowable secrets. But yes, as the map begins to form, you see sort of like a bit of volume to it. Like the shadows form a bit of volume, and it's not like the geometry of it is in 3D, like pushed out of the ground. It's more like the map has several layers to it, even though it's barely perceptible. And this, because you're making a map this big, this is the first time both you and Jasper notice it, even though you've done this before.
Mm-hmm.
Ah, interesting.
Take your time, Serena.
Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 5 successes to divine and 1 success to interpret, but literally yes or no.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm going to start walking across the map with the extended pendulum, concentrating on Jesus.
Okay. It takes
Looking
you.
for a pink.
It takes you almost 5 seconds before the pendulum, almost supernaturally, like it's just dangling, almost supernaturally, almost as if there's a magnet in it. It just does this and points in a specific direction.
I follow that direction.
Mm-hmm. You follow it, and you see that there is, the state of California, there's a very large spot that stretches California quite wide. You recognize it as being LA. And the pennant seems to point directly at LA. But as you lower the pennant, it seems to push through LA and below it.
Mm-hmm. Can you
I
attempt?
can try.
Noah, can you attempt to expand the map vertically?
I can try.
Like basically separate the layers?
Yeah. I'll just Tony Stark-ish, just expand
Yeah.
LA.
It does take quite a bit of effort. I'm just gonna need you to make, a roll. I'd say it's like wits occult, something like that.
It's precisely what used for abyssal.
Yeah, there you go.
Mysticism. Yeah. Still rituals or
Yeah.
yeah. Pelese.
Okay, nice.
Let's fucking go.
So it
All
takes
successes +1.
it takes quite a bit of of effort to wrap your brain around the concept of what you're trying to do, because you're not just trying to change the map or zoom in or do something like that. It's almost like something in the Shadowlands does not make any sense, like rationally. It's breaking any semblance of logic trying to do something like this. And as you pull it, basically what you see is as LA begins to lift and, the shadows go around the pendant, you almost see this almost sticky texture to the shadows as they pull away from this patch under LA, almost as if pulling off a scab from a wound. And as LA lifts, you see an area almost twice the size of LA, with a very odd structure. It's circular, but not perfectly circular, like walls of an old structure. And it has several circles, each within each other, with a fairly prominent structure at the center of it. And upon closer examination, you can tell that there's a lot of streets that sort of, almost like veins, branch out from the center and almost feed the entire structure from the center. You...
Question.
Does
As I'm seeing this, does it resemble any passage that I have done by the location that I would know of?
You can... Well, not that you remember. You've never seen this.
Does it remind me of the visions that Seashell showed us telepathically of Enoch?
Well, all of you can roll wits and, let's say, wits and occult, wits academics. You can choose what you roll. It'll give you different bits of information.
That's a call because I'm better at it.
Mm-hmm.
2 successes.
My fucking god! What the fuck was that? 9 successes on 7 dice roll.
0.
Okay.
I just
but it's
assume
not
it's
a
a fucking
botch.
labyrinth.
So, Jasper, this is no place you've ever seen before. You tried to recognize it, but it doesn't really ring a bell. Serena, as you observe the map, sorry, what was your role?
Wits occult.
Wits
2
occult.
successes.
You basically spot these patterns to the city. You recognize some of them to be rather similar to some rituals that some people use. Especially in occult shops, essentially warding rituals to keep out, for example, malevolent spirits. Though the structure of this entire city seems to be odd, like a less refined version of that, and perhaps pointed to something different. Jack, with this fucking roll, you rolled Wits Occult, correct?
Yes.
Yeah. Not only do you notice this pattern of a warding ritual, you specifically notice that the center of the city, the structure at the center of the city, for some reason, as you feel the shadows and the tendrils that the shadows form, brush against your fingers, you feel a very, very close familiarity with that structure in the center. Not like the familiarity you feel with the Abyss, more like almost as if you're looking at Wayland or Liliana. But much closer.
I'm
Much more
gonna quickly
intimate.
look to Jasper and say, go call Cecil. It's important.
That feels familiar, but not like my shadows. More like does it like just feels like home?
Feels like the place you grew up in, even though you don't recognize it.
You guys have like some castle, like fortress in the Mediterranean?
Yes, LA is a bit far from Mediterranean.
Yes, but was your fortress only physical?
Nothing really to presume otherwise. I should know a bit about the fortress of La Sombra.
Castle del Lombro.
Serena, as you're performing this divination, the crystal that's, very very insistent on pointing to a specific spot right at the edge of that circle, at some point the crystal just stops and goes, like it just lost whatever it was searching for.
Up. And Serena's gonna quickly grab the regular LA map and try to do the same.
Mm-hmm. I won't have you roll for it. You rolled well enough previously. You managed to narrow down that Jesus is somewhere in LA. It'll take a bit of time to pinpoint where, but if you just want to know if he's in LA, he is.
Well, he just appeared in LA. So from that layer, which is hidden beyond, like in some on some sub-layer of existence, he teleported directly to LA. Somewhere.
To find out where.
Well,
Can I
that's gonna
keep
say-
the map up while I'll look through my book about like. Cecil pointed out the direction through the labyrinth. I assume it's a fucking labyrinth. We just saw.
Just keep it long enough for Cecil to see. Okay?
Worst case, he just scanned my memory.
Still,
Jasper, do you go fetch Cecil?
Yes, Jasper will slowly walk towards Cecil's room and kindly knock at his door.
Cecil just opens the door, says, "What?"
We have mapped the Shadowlands, and I believe we found the one that you and Serena and Jack and everyone here was looking for.
What do
They
you mean?
are in the common room with the map.
Cecil
opened if
walks
you wish.
past you, and upon seeing the map, I need to roll something for him.
Or all the dice in existence.
Nope. It's capped at 5, unfortunately. Okay, yeah, he rolled a 10 when it comes to courage. Cecil's eyes widen, and he just looks to the two of you and says, "What did you just find?"
I have a theory. It might be a labyrinth.
well, look, we were tracking Jesus,
Labyrinth.
but the pendant was pointing into like a layer that we saw when the map was big. So I asked him to expand the layer to basically give the map vertical height. And we found underneath the Shadowlands, underneath LA, this fucking huge ass city. And by the way, Jesus teleported from that layer directly to LA, and I'm currently fucking tracking him in LA.
Jasper, fetch your notes.
Yes. And Jasper quickly goes to his room and comes back with his note.
Give me everything you have on locations on Shadowlands.
Here.
I mean, once I can directly send it to you through your.
Yep. Basically, Cecil begins to skim through the notes. And after a moment, he finds this this random like account you had from an interview with a wraith you've met in the Shadowlands. You asked him several questions. At some point, you did ask him if he ever knew about Enoch. And Cecil reads the account for a bit. And as his eyes widen, he just looks at the shadow map and almost in shock drops the notepad down. You found it.
The what?
Enoch. You found Enoch.
How is it in the fucking California of all places?
It's not.
It's on a
Like I said,
different
it's-
layer of existence, a sub-dimension of some sort.
No wonder no wraiths knew where it was. The place is never in one spot.
And it's
Like
on
I
a
said
sub-layer.
before,
And it's on a sub-layer.
like I said before, the land is ever shifting. It's hard to get a grasp on it.
And apparently layered like a cake.
That is something new that I did not know.
And Shadowlands is just a top layer.
And
Well, outwards is probably just abyss.
it matches perfectly the descriptions. This area in the center, it's the palace. I remember some of Beckett's notes.
It felt like home when I looked at it.
Yeah. And the city, divided by levels, depending on hierarchy in human and Cainite society. It's all here. How did you manage to find this? And just as Cecil says that, the shadows immediately smooth over and the city vanishes. LA's still there.
And
Enoch is not.
I just told Jasper to upload in my mind everything he had on Shadowlands geography.
And you
And I
made it
told
out of
Jasper-
shadows.
Yes.
Yes, because, you know, Shadowland. There's different degrees to the light and to the shade, which we can't really represent on paper.
You pulled these shadows from the room, or did you pull them straight from the abyss?
It's abyssal mysticism ritual. Very bastardized, but a ritual.
Doesn't entropy and death, oblivion in a sense, the end of all, correlate with work together really well? And Serena like kneels down next to the map. Can you are there more layers that you can unfold?
We can
Looking
try.
Perhaps if we mix together the abyss mysticism and, well,
We'll definitely need to research this. That's for sure.
At least we know Enoch can fucking move freely in place and time.
Well, if it's not in Shadowlands, if it's beyond,
It's
what can stop it?
Look, have you heard of dimensions and pocket dimensions and like layered, so to say, like this
like how the Egyptians described the land of the dead, the Duat.
theirs was still a bit more like three dimensional. More like I'm talking about physics, right? I'm talking about physics and like 3D planes of existence that are layered on top of each other.
I gotta tell you, physics did not work well in the Shadowlands.
Well, obviously, but we're talking about abstract theories, not talking about practical.
This is
application.
regardless. This is something we're gonna have to research in detail until we know exactly what the fuck we just found here specifically. Mention this to no one, especially not Abel or any other Sabbat members.
Why not Abel?
Because Abel has someone else connected into his mind that can tamper with this.
Oh.
Speaking about it, I found a really interesting piece of paper in Delmont's shop, and Abel's neighbor was really keen on burning it.
Could be worth looking
Could be
into as
part
well.
of true name.
Regardless, we need to pin down exactly what we found here.
I mean, Dante described the underworld in multiple layers, right?
Mhm.
Was the worst of the worst trapped
in absolute nothing, pitch darkness.
Extreme cold.
Well, that was more like a
Like-
Catholic interpretation.
Yes, but okay. Abyss. Map of Liberation feels extreme cold to you, right?
Well, yes, it's a lack of light. And
Connected to the abyss.
yes. I mean, the fact that you were able to make a map with your shadows, using that knowledge, and then separate it into layers, does imply that necromancy and obtenebration have
I
at least
mean-
some
Hand in
form
hand.
of connection.
I mean,
Metaphysically.
funny that you say that. We did test something like that out recently. I'm drawing the powers of the abyss, and me touching such powers. It had a unique reaction, I believe, right, Jack?
Mm-hmm.
How would you describe the abyss, the power of Jack?
Well, mortals did it rather poetically. First there was Nas, and then there was God. So I assume Nasan will be the end of everything. And
The metaphysical black hole.
you can say that.
Yeah,
I
when I
don't.
touched,
Well, he touches
Physical
my.
practical.
Well, when he touches the ball I use for dark vision, it forms a fucking liquid.
What?
Yes.
Sorry, repeat.
Haven't you seen it already?
Do it.
Yeah.
Do it again.
Yeah, we'll do it again. Delicious. Good old
Well,
right?
the waters of chaos, the nothing that
Reasonable.
contains
4
all before
successes.
everything is described as waters.
So,
it kind
Jack, you begin forming this sphere. And as you do, Cecil basically fetches the two fingers that he allowed Jasper to borrow. And he brings them over. Right. Jasper. Go ahead.
yes. And Jasper just casually touches the orb.
Mm-hmm. As Jasper brushes his fingers against the surface of the orb, it drips this pitch black, searing liquid that falls to the ground and immediately evaporates. And as Jasper, continues to do so, and the liquid continues to almost sludge off, Cecil places one of the severed fingers under the orb, allowing it to get drenched in the liquid. As soon as it makes any contact with it, it shrivels up into this bony, almost desiccated construct of a finger instead of looking natural.
I wouldn't touch it since it does remind me of the river Styx. It could perhaps have the same properties of the river Styx.
I
Yep.
mean, the old pagans separated the world into the spiritual world into 3 layers. The layers of light, so to say, the high layers, the middle layers, which were inhabited by spirits of nature, elements, etc. So to say, like earth, fertility, like etc. That kind. And then there was the bottom layer, which is the death and end of all.
Abyss.
Yes, abyss exists in multiple mythologies,
named different things, but not even the bottom layer, aka the underworld, is one single thing.
Yeah.
The deeper you go, the less light there is, and the more entropy. I mean, wraiths are probably just one step from succumbing to pure entropy and ceasing existence, given the fact that they're dead.
Cecil just seems to observe all of this with sort of jaw open, unblinkingly just looking at all of this and trying to put it together in his mind.
The pack of fuck around and you shall find out.
Well, when I dipped in it,
He spent a
In the
couple of
river.
unpleasant years.
well, not that, but from the look of it, it was solid ground. Well, as solid as the Shadowlands can be, but as soon as I took a step in, it's almost as if I fell into liquid. Like the solid ground disappeared. It was very dark and it was not a pleasant trip to be in.
Well, given that your unchanging vampire nature was irrevocably changed by the river in the kingdom of the dead,
Oh,
the
that was
river
the least of the things. The sensation of dying over and over again was the more unpleasant part.
entropy. You've experienced entropy, which should have no power over you.
Which had. So probably he flew too close to the sun.
But
Mm.
either way, the multi-layeredness of the underworld certainly can explain how the Dalmara hide their first city. All you need to do is basically move to a layer usually not accessed by general dead or necromancers, but not go too far till it's the end of everything.
So
And
that's
you're
probably why they
Also-
don't need La Sombra in the rank.
Also, there's
well,
another thing. You guys keep saying chaos and disorder and entropy, but it has not happened once, but I believe twice that I have seen when Jack summons his power. There's almost like a structure to it. Almost. I am sure how there is order in such chaos, but there could possibly be. That would
if
explain how Enoch stays in a level below while not being destroyed by such
well,
powers of entropy.
imagine that there is a bath, right? And you have several different layers of sand, like lying on top of it. And at the bottom of it all, you have the, you know, mm, the search hole, which can suck everything up, right? If Jack's powers of the abyss were actual that level of entropy as an absolute nothing, the end of all, theoretically summoning that in our world would be the same as creating a black hole, even a small one, right in the middle, right in the planet. It would be an end. And if Jack can use it, work with it, and it does not consume everything it touches, then it cannot be that absolute end, the absolute nothing, the drain hole of the universe, so to say.
We need to develop some theories. We need to test this. If we can manage to reliably find a way to send something there, we might just We might just have found the solution to the problem of the Tamahara.
Maybe we should get
Good.
Jesus, who seems to be apt at teleporting between that layer and the material world.
Or have someone who does it for him.
True.
Probably
No.
the latter.
I believe teleportation would not work since it works with coordinates and, well, if it works with coordinates, then it probably will be.
If it works with coordinates, he'll be off by miles if he tries East LA. Because next there's a fucking desert.
We also have
Ow.
to be careful about another thing. They're hopping from the Shadowlands to here.
Mm-hmm.
What happens if you try to do the same thing, only in reverse? If you try to hop from here to the Shadowlands, but Enoch isn't there anymore.
Have you ever seen Stargate? Any of you? No?
Cecil
Right.
just has this blank look
Yeah.
in your
Okay.
direction.
Okay, so Stargate manages to use coordinates of moving star systems, etc., with tooling gates that basically use like a 3-point, like relative position to certain other stars around them. In metaphysical terms, that would be the equivalent, the same principle on which my tracking works. It works on a signature, and a magical signature. So, if the Tamahara is jumping back and forth from Enoch, no matter where it's currently hiding from probably others they have made enemies of, those who can open gates back and forth most likely have some ritual which basically creates, so to say,
Connection.
yes, a connection to a certain location on Earth, which can be like
Anywhere.
used again, magical signature of the Earth as well, to a specific signature of Enoch. Most likely, like imagine basically if I put like a marker, like a signal, for you to be able to navigate in the dark, but that lighthouse is a magical basically signature, which means if the ritual to travel to Enoch from the material world is tied to that specific, so to say, magical signature, then it doesn't matter where Enoch moves in the Shadowlands as long as you know which layer you're going to in the underworld and which signature you're tracking.
Then why... When I was ambushed the first time, I wasn't dragged into some random spot within the Shadowlands. I was dragged to that specific spot I was in. Only in the Shadowlands.
That's the top layer of the Shadowlands. The one.
What happens if you try to go to the deeper layer and there's nothing there?
Well, that's a problem of what's in the abyss and what geography is there and how stable it is, because most likely if you don't have a way to basically keep track the magical signature of Enoch, you could end up in the void of
Nothing.
some weird sub-dimension.
Question. Would Jasper know of Soul Steel?
Yeah, I suppose you know how to perform it, so...
I have...
Steel with EA or EE?
I have a theory. Jack, you remember when we both said that perhaps the River Styx is just, the in-between the Shadowlands and the Abyss itself? So, technically it could be a liquid. And, well... in the Shadowlands there are storms. And there's a sea which is very dangerous from what I have talked with Reefs. And they're held back by something called Soul Steel. If we could get our hands on such material, perhaps we could make
How does that
a
how does that
vehicle.
material work?
Just real
I'm
quick, as you discuss this, you hear the rooftop access door open, and in walks Larry, who seems to have missed quite a bit.
Mm-hmm. Quite a bit is not even scratching the surface.
I am unsure, but I know that it's made by using soul. So the technique itself, I do not know.
No,
Perhaps
that's
they
not its creation method. You said it's held back by it. What do you mean held back? Is it pushed away? Does it, like, sort of say like,
from what
does
I saw, imagine like if they were made into bricks and there's a wall that holds back the sea of entropy in the Shadowlands. Over time, these bricks need to be changed, but they are very sturdy and they are not easily affected by it, from what I have seen.
I think the first city in the Shadowlands is made from such material?
The Shadowland in itself is not made from such materials, but the sea is there and it could technically go destroyed. That's why some enlightenment or
Either way, currently we're a bit talking in like 3D Earth terms. We should
Which are not applicable. And
but
I'm
What?
sorry, but none of us except you, Serena, can really think in four dimensions.
I need someone to catch Larry up on this. I need to. There's something I need
what
to
I'm
get.
saying,
Sure.
Cecil
I'm saying,
basically
Serena,
just sprints out of the rooftop access.
what I'm trying to say is we could possibly make a submarine out of that material and go down to it through one of the
We don't know how that material is sourced, whether it's considering what you said, it's most likely a valued resource in the underworld. And honestly, that could potentially mean that we'd be inviting the
Wrath upon ourselves.
yes, because
Unintended.
but Wrath of Wraith and
Yes.
Spectres or something else. Point is, it's an idea that shouldn't be our main one, because what we should be working on is tracking magical signatures, right?
Mm-hmm.
Opening a gate, a working gate that doesn't kill you or strip your skin, to at least first to Shadowlands based on some magical signature. Then to some other. Given the fact that we can basically split open this map, which at first seemed very much like an Earth one, but there's hidden layers, basically folded up layers below it that, yes, folded up. So basically taking like a 4-dimensional space folded up into 3D, but not in a
there's
very...
different depths to it, yes.
Yes, the point is, imagine that this is this underworld, right? It has, to get to underworld, you need to know one coordinate, right? The underworld's general coordinates. But then the underworld is divided into several layers. So you need to also know the coordinate of the layer where you're going to. Because you need to know on which layer you're tracking certain magical signatures. It's sort of like with the whole Jesus map thingy. The only reason this time it worked, unlike all the previous times, is because the map was big enough and there were more layers to it. And
Probably because, Jasper, you also uploaded all of your knowledge to Jack. And we did the big map. Which means, potentially, at certain points, you have gone onto another plane of the underworld. Which
Again,
means
he went into the river Styx, which I assume is, you know.
yeah, but we can't make that assumption. The river Styx,
Unless this time I'll do Doctor Strange and just flip through 70 years of memory. If I find something that can like relate to Labyrinth.
I would try to do the same.
Okay, so I need both of you to roll int academics. Well, actually, Jasper can roll int academics. Jack, you roll int investigation, because it's not like you don't remember it. It's more that you have to connect the dots.
Yep.
Holy.
Another willpower and Pelese.
Does analytical count?
can I
Yes.
roll? Can I
Oh
roll?
my god, so that's
Hold on, Serena.
Can I roll occult? Because, you know, like, I had this massive occult shop based on, like, different, like, aspects of esoterics of different areas. Regarding, like, layers, etc.
It might be that
like,
you've
different-
read something. It's just the difficulty for you would be way higher because you weren't specifically studying this topic.
Jack has
While
been
the
studying
others,
just-
the others spent like 70 years studying this specific
Yes.
topic. So
While
the
I
difficulty
was
for you
mainly-
is
Fair,
going to be
but
higher.
I was reading all those books because of ADHD, absolute boredom being part of Cabarilla, so.
Yeah, that's why
Give
you
me at
can
least-
roll in the first place. So, yeah,
fine.
intercult.
So,
I have 2 successes.
so what Larry sees is essentially he walks in, Cecil rushes out,
and
some
three
nerds talk about
3 nerds
some
fucking talking
some
about
confusing shit, and then start meditating and
Yes.
going deep in their thoughts.
Yes,
Eh.
basically.
Also, I
Without
got-
asking
I
a
will
question,
back.
without asking a question, Larry's just like,
Okay.
Yeah, I will go out back to the rooftop to catch a breather.
oh, okay.
Fuck this shit.
I got
Play.
9 successes.
Fuck all. Fuck off. What the fuck? I got 2.
This man rolled three
I-
tens.
Yo. Yo.
I basically just got, you know, after all this talk, I got like understood the layout of the
You
channel
understood
is
the
if I
fucking
was-
assignment.
Miguel,
He
wait,
just got the
Jack.
divine provenance.
Jack, have you, is the map still out there? With the layer.
Well, at this point, he's lost his focus, so no. The map needs to like be upkept.
He'd need to reestablish it.
Yeah. But yeah,
I
so
have a-
just
have
to
a
give
bold
the
idea,
results,
though.
let me just give the results of the rolls, and then you guys can continue. So, from the order I got
spent
here,
willpower.
so you spent willpower. Okay, so you
Mhm.
got 2. Okay, so Serena, you go first. In your time, like reading, you've heard mentions of the labyrinth. Or at least
Oh, no,
that term.
I wasn't actually talking about the labyrinth. My question was about basically, you know, that whole thing of like, you know, like the pagans had like, you know, like basically the higher realm, aka astral realm, middle realm, which is like for nature spirits and so on, aka spirit worlds, and then the underworld, and then they were also layered. Basically, that was my.
I mean,
basic
yeah.
information
In that case, yeah, then the difficulty is 6, which gives you a success. So basically, you read up on it just in passing. You don't remember all the details of it, but you remember the gist of it. So any specifics, just leave them out of your knowledge, but the general, you know, overview of the, you know, the history of those myths, you can remember them just fine. Jack, you were searching your memory for. Sorry, because of Serena mentioning
it's
this,
okay.
I now have. I needed like a recap of what you
Yeah,
guys were looking
Jack
for
would be
specifically.
searching like for, let's say, telltales of labyrinth.
Okay. So you basically remember, way back when you first got into mysticism, that you would almost sneak books from under Liliana, and you wouldn't understand shit from those books.
Yeah.
It was way too advanced for you. You remember one of the books specifically, not just mentioning the labyrinth by name,
Mhm.
but having essentially depictions of, for first-hand accounts from Cainites of how to traverse it.
Mm.
The problem is, all these depictions, all of this stuff, because at the time you didn't have the understanding to process the information, you don't remember shit about it. You just remember you saw it.
Yeah, I know the book though.
You do. You just don't have a copy of it.
Well, I know who does.
You know who does,
Probably.
yes. So Jasper, given that your research is much more intuitive, you're looking for the same thing as Jack, right?
Yes.
Yeah. So, while you've never actually, interacted with the Abyss, you've never actually seen the Abyss in person, or the Labyrinth, I should mention. Thank fuck you didn't see the Abyss. So while you've never actually seen the Labyrinth or interacted with it, this experiment has enough information in it for you to sort of piece a few things together based on personal experience. You fell into the river Styx even though it wasn't there. You just saw that in the Shadowlands, Enoch was simultaneously there and not, in a way. Almost as if, in the Shadowlands there's like a second step you can take to get to Enoch. And you remember that not only did Enoch move, but the moment it moved, the map couldn't see where it went, or it couldn't see actually any movement, it just saw it disappear. From your knowledge of the Shadowlands, you managed to put together that the same way someone would get to the Shadowlands, if they did about the same ritual within the Shadowlands, they'd be able to step through this membrane to go even deeper into that dimension. The problem is that because of the nature of that ritual, unless there's already a location you can go to superpositioned, you essentially get tossed into something that you can't really process. Like there's nothing that indicates what it might be. You theorize that it might be similar to stepping into the Styx, like you just fall into a river. But concretely, you have no fucking idea what would happen if there was no place to go once you performed that.
Okay.
I have a
Jasper,
bold experiment in mind, but I need the map back up.
Let me just go smoke real quick.
Okay, well, we'll take a quick break.
No, in character, but like we've been playing for 3
okay.
hours. I wouldn't say no to a quick smoke, really.
Yeah, we'll
Look, Jack.
we'll take
Look,
a
Jack,
very
hear
very
me out.
short break, okay? Like 5
Wait,
minutes.
May I suggest the idea first?
Go on.
Sure.
So, Jack, I have a bold idea. Maybe. When you bring up the map, because it has the combines of Jasper's knowledge and it's also representing the Underworld, which has connection to the Abyss. Thus, metaphysically, it has a direct connection to the very same realm that we represent. Thus, sort of like preserving the sympathetic link, so to say.
Mm-hmm.
And generally, my eyes of chaos work really well when I have things connected to someone or to some idea, information, la la. I was thinking of you doing that map, opening it up, so to say, like vertically, like you did before, and laying down into the shadows and using eyes of chaos to gain insight into which direction, basically valuable insight. Because it will be also utilizing the combined historical subconsciousness and consciousness of all my caves that ever fucked around the world. Including, technically, Malkav, who's been around Enoch.
But wouldn't that also mean that you're, as much as you're pulling information, you're also kind of sending out information for others to see?
Look, it's not actually, no, I actually have to send the information. Like, the Malkavian cobweb is basically the true ocean of chaos where everything is and nothing is at the same time.
Yes, you just can't pull information out without giving it in.
Yeah, basically. So the idea is that I'm gonna lay down in it, and my powers are going to basically be literally surrounded by that energy, by that map, by, like, in the context of everything we've talked about.
Should I
And-
just create a huge fucking shadow ball around your head?
No, that's unnecessary. The effect is trance-like anyway, so but just the
Yeah.
map.
Yeah, let's at least try to catch Larry on it.
Serena is gonna spend a bunch of the break time explaining to Larry what happened.
Yeah, we'll just be smoking, like chain smoking and explaining shit.
Yeah, so
Are we on pause?
you get to the roof and you see Larry there interacting with his bird. And as he turns to you and seems quite inquisitive, we'll take a short break there, 5 minutes, and we'll be right back. Took a bit longer until we got to the break. Yeah, 5 minutes, and then we'll come back.
Alex, what do you need to be filled in on?
Everything.
Welcome back. So, as Larry essentially stares blankly at Serena and Jack, Serena finishes her explanation. Jack just nods, and take it away, guys.
Right.
Oh yeah.
Let us attempt to pierce the secrets from the beyond by accessing the Malkavian cloud storage. Which is more egalitarian than the Demeter one, since that one goes only
Can
down.
I help with anything?
What do you mean that this is an easy one?
Oh, like Vikas can do some weird shit.
I will point out, Serena, because Serena would know this, Jasper does not know about the mental connection.
story. Maybe Vikas will explain to you one day. I'm sure you'll get to meet them. Redirecting the fucking keep
You-
to somebody else.
According to scientific expression, fuck it, we ball.
Come on, map.
Map.
I need to lay down in the
yeah.
entropy-fueled shadows and vibe with the underworld.
I can help with the underworld vibe.
Map of
Wonder
the
what
entropy is
happened.
gonna be a tall fucking order. But 1, 2, 4, 5, 6.
Serena, you see that Jack extends both his hands forward, and the shadows begin to form a new map. Jack, which area are you forming?
Area, as you did before.
Yeah, like LA.
No. Make the whole thing you had, because that'll give.
The whole
That-
North America.
Yeah, the previous one with the
Sure.
layers.
Sure. Yeah, I'll just go according to instructions.
Okay. Well, as you begin to form the map, the layers are way less perceptible.
There.
But they are there to some extent.
Unfold those dimensions.
You ready?
Yep. Once the layers are unfolded to as much as Jack can do, I'm going to lay down
Mm-hmm.
in the middle of those shadows so that I'm basically probably like they're all over me, given that the map is the size of the carpet. I'm also going to use a willpower point because important. And I'm basically going to like synchronize my feelings of awareness, this psychic awareness, with this map and the world it's connected to. And the fact that it, based on what we saw with Enoch, it's actually real-time connection and updates. So, real-time updating. And just fall into a trance using Eyes of Chaos. So 1 willpower and 1, 2, 3, 4 successes.
Okay. What are you directing this vision towards?
I don't currently have a specific area of attention, but basically epiphanies, illuminations, aspects that we didn't pay attention to. More like a scientific learning about this rather than giving currently the vision a specific task, as in find me this or find me that.
So you close your eyes, and as you begin to focus and engage this power, the whispers that plague your mind become louder. You feel your derangement flaring up as the world around you begins to melt away. You find yourself floating in absolute nothingness.
Cool.
And you look around, and as you move around, you feel that around you it feels more like you're underwater. You can see your arms and legs as if you were fully lit up, but your surroundings are pitch black. As you get a good grip on which direction gravity is pulling you, you begin to swim to the surface. As you begin to approach what feels like the surface, You reach your hand, only to feel that you hit a layer of ice that covers the very surface of the water. You look around and you find that in the water swimming with you are several creatures. There are killer whales, there are sharks, and there are small fish here and there. And as you attempt to understand what's going on, you begin to see through the layer of ice the bottom of these boots stepping towards you. The boots stop right in front of where you are, and you hear the ice above you begin to crack as there is a shape that's piercing the ice over and over as the boots shuffle back and forth. And eventually, breaking through the ice, you see what looks like a completely wooden axe. The axe pierces through, and despite the fact that it's a wooden axe, it looks as if the tree grew to that shape. Almost like you'd imagine a wizard's staff in fantasy, only it's shaped like an axe. The axe then seems to swing once more into the water and pierces you through the shoulder. None of the fish seem to notice you while this is happening, and as you get pulled outside of the ice, it's almost like the entire world dissolves around you, and you find yourself falling upwards into perfect pitch blackness. You can no longer see the ice or the man who broke the ice. You can no longer see the fish, the water, nothing. And as you look around, desperate to find something, almost as if covering every surface in front of you, like a massive wall, this eyelid opens up to show this massive iris that focuses on you. And I need you to roll courage as you come out of this vision. Okay, that is a fail. So the rest of you basically see Serena drift off. She closes her eyes, leans back, and seems to sway her head for a moment and then stops. Almost as if she entered torpor. And as she does this, there seem to be sort of convulsions once in a while, as if she's being electrocuted. And at some point, she wakes up, and Serena, you are in essentially Rotrek, running away from this perceived force that's watching you.
I'm obviously to the bedroom.
Yep, Serena just runs inside as fast as possible.
You know, like, there's other forces constantly watching me, so you know what? Elder Fungus bed it is.
At least he's a fun guy.
Exactly.
Fuck your puns.
Yes. Yeah, I'll just. Yeah, I'll dismiss the map And I'll
Eh,
follow her to her bedroom and like da 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 da.
That's touching.
Hmm?
The eldest fungi bring peace to my mind since I've accepted I'm part of two hive minds.
Hmm. Let me roll something. You feel this sort of pull from your chest. Do you fight it at all?
No, I'm a Malkavian.
Okay. At first you feel this extreme anxiety, and as this pull begins to spread across your body, you immediately become calmer.
I was gonna say I'm on the cheese called the beast, but apparently something else just did.
After that, I'm gonna stretch, give a mental thank you, and make a, a scientific note about various effects of hive minds upon oneself in my head, and then come out to Jack. So,
What happened?
well, at first it was an ocean of darkness. Some fish there,
Mhm.
small ones, some orcas, orcas, sharks. Didn't really pay attention to me. It wasn't scary. It was just was. It was very peaceful actually. Very quiet too. But reaching the top of this ocean of darkness, there was ice, like a layer of ice. I had an instant like recollection, to that bottom layer of the of hell in Dante. That
The
fucking
lake
ice
acid.
cover. Yeah, yeah. So on top of it, above that ice. So I was in the ocean of darkness below the ice. It was chill there. But on top of that, there was some guy who was basically trying to break through the ice with a wooden axe. Like, I'd say it's a Ruach reference, but honestly, more feels like, one of the first ever instruments that humanity used, but also wood. One of the first ever materials they sort of like were able to use. Anyway, he broke through and hit me with the axe and dragged me out of that. And then, remind me, Miguel, Zenda was floating again?
Yes, only this time no water, no nothing.
Yeah, Zenda was like floating in this like void or anything. And as was I ascending?
You couldn't tell. You were floating in absolute nothingness.
Yeah, and as I continued floating in that absolute nothingness after coming out from that ocean above the ice, at some point there was a presence and a giant eye opened and stared right at me. That was the unexpected part, so to say. Usually this kind of thing doesn't really trigger me. But first time an eye metaphysically the size of the moon, so just like stares at you. I'm a bit freaked. Um, and reminded myself that, given my unique conditions, I got my own forms of Big Brother.
Yeah. Which big brother was that then?
Oh, that one was not one of mine. That's why it was surprising to see. Was there like any vibe or like any like vibe impression the eye left? For example, this feels
Like you're not welcome. Like
Yeah, like for example, or like more rather like in sensations, there's like this is like very ancient or eldritch, or this is like I don't know, some form of like Tartarus like personified, or was it more like, sort of say like as an aspect, or like
It felt like there was a
Mm.
sentience on the other side
yes, that's
that
obviously
spotted you. And the moment it spotted you, you felt. Hmm. Make me a quick let's say int empathy.
one success.
It basically, you felt essentially like you sense your victim's feeling as you diablerize them. That's the feeling you got. The perception you got of it is the perception you feel you give others that you try to diablerize. Well, that you succeed in diablerizing specifically.
Okay, so devouring, powerful, soul destroying, or assimilating. Something along those lines.
Oblivion?
Hmm?
Like Oblivion?
Sentient. No, like sentience. Like, you know how if like
I
if
mean,
something is a concept, like entropy, or I don't know, um,
the Egyptians had
gravity.
something like that. A great evil deity that was a quote unquote apparently giant serpent that wanted
Yes,
to devour all of
Apophis.
creation.
Apophis. You also have Tartarus and other like parallels in different places. I mean,
Nariman.
Kronos is the most gentrified version, I suppose. Um,
Nariman just hits closer to home.
well, yes. Yes, there's like, but this was sentient, so like, I wouldn't call it something like oblivion or entropy or like, like a concept, as things that just is, like gravity, or like the law of attraction. It was sentient, and
So
if
it
it's
was an eye.
sentient, well, if it's sentient, like basically the way it was, the sentience, the desires, the hunger, and so on, it has desires and so on. Thus, it's not exactly the end of it all, but it's something that exists close by, but it has a will.
As you were doing your thing, I came up with another idea. You know
Yeah.
how portals from our realm to the Shadowlands work? Like,
I actually don't. The only time I've had a second-hand recounting of one that worked, that I know that worked, because it was a Talmahara engine. She used the freaking,
it's
like a train to draw the door.
it's like punching a hole the dimensions where you can instantly go to one place to the other. What if we did a ritual similar to it to punch a hole all the way to, let's say, the level where we saw Enoch during the time where it shows up? We could possibly
What if you missed
maybe
and
step through it.
what if you made a hole that goes too deep and there be monsters there?
Because
That's true.
Need I remind you of? Okay, I need to remind you, but need I remind you, other of you, of curious case of one Bishop Moncada. That's essentially what can happen.
What
Well-
Bishop Malkavian Jasper looks.
all I
Not
know is that the last
Malkavian
people
bishop.
the last beings that were fans of punching holes in reality were infernalists. And given that the direction is down, if you punch too hard, either you end up somewhere where you get destroyed, or alternatively, you let something here or fuck up. Like, we don't want to open a black hole. Then Serena looks to Jack. So the necromancers like to traverse Shadowlands. What about you guys? Did you traverse your end of the dark world?
Some more. Well, a Sombra of lower generation can traverse through shadows, and there might be a ritual about traversing the abyss. But you always lose something in the process.
Yeah. I mean,
You can feel that the room is really fucking chill.
I mean,
unnaturally chill.
That is a part of any journey into the underworld. You lose something, or you leave something behind.
There's a price. We could get some knowledge from necromancers.
Or you could do backwards research on necromancers entering just the Shadowlands and abyss mystics entering the abyss. Given the fact that they're like, one is too close to us and the other is too far, maybe the truth is somewhere in the middle.
Perhaps, but I don't know any necromancers in the city, or do I?
I do.
Miguel.
Jasper,
Basically-
you definitely would not.
Serena looks to Jack.
I do in more than one.
Well, I guess what we need as well is a abyss mystics, or we need to capture ourselves whoever's opening portals for Jesus and steal every bit of knowledge they have in their brain.
Why not both?
I mean, obviously. I mean, given the fact if it's some sort of like portal rituals they developed, I'd assume that'd probably be maybe like some, I don't know, a passcode? You know? Certain aspects that would separate any intruders appropriating their skills versus actual. Could be even like a fucking key, like a esoterical key, you know? AKA, if
Even
you're
physical.
Yeah, it could be physical, could be
But-
metaphysical, could be like some sort of enchantment or spell. But the point is, it's like you try to use whatever they use without that magical access code, and you get yeeted out into the fucking dark ether.
They could even perhaps have the so-called cold etched into their souls. That is something possible, I believe.
Hey, Jasper, one thing that you could ask about, find out, and etc. is actually lore of the race and the spirits. Like, they've heard of the first city, and they know it moves, and they don't know where it is, but maybe they know of deeper layers of the underworld. You know, how those are accessed. You know, the
Perhaps I
Shadowlands
could look
being
into it.
the Shadowlands being what it is, occult metaphysical realm that is entropy and death in essence. It could already have all those little wormholes needed to go down or up, just like the underworld in the folk tales, where you need to know where to turn, which guardian to pass, which guardian to give a gift to, and so on.
I'll take a look into it.
Also, did Enoch have like wards against spirits? Like ghosts?
You asking me, or
Well, I remember you said that I've seen
it had wardings to keep something out, but they looked very old, somewhat different, sort of like trying to read Latin if you know how to speak a Latin language.
Mm-hmm. So they had a ward around them to keep something out. That probably, which means probably in that middle dimension, dark dimension they reside in, has other things. Potentially the denizens of the Shadowlands know, there's some who know more about the different layers. So it's like, sort of like going to Paris and finding somebody who can give you a tour through the catacombs.
I would first, anyway, need a necromancer to open a way into the Shadowlands.
Yes.
Or teach me how to do it by myself so I don't have to keep asking them. But I could
Well,
look
there's only
into
so
that.
much we can give to Freya.
Well, actually, there is something we can give to her. If we can make that ritual that you're summoning into codified into basically store that magical resonance of the information you have in your head currently into something and make a ritual around it so that it just calls on that. I think a multi-layered map of the underworld could be quite a gift to her that might make her more amicable.
I was willing just
Now the problem is transcribing
Actually-
potentially over 3D information on, at best, 3D media.
Well, actually, another problem is that we're supposed to keep this a
Mhm.
secret for now.
Mm-hmm.
a better offer that does not give into it too much of what we're doing is I could give her the location of the river Styx, which
Well,
is
if I can-
something
if-
many necromancers like.
Remember those books which we were supposed to decide about?
Mm-hmm.
If we can have a permanent library card to borrow books on advanced warning.
Well, right now they are in different wing, which we both paid for.
Yes, but it's like, you know, like those books are like have like an
They are
undecided
mine,
future.
but you can read.
Yeah, but they're like undecided future, you know, like purpose. Like
Yeah.
mm,
Mm. So just let's give books to her.
as long as we have a permanent library card to just like borrow a book.
Do I have
read up.
Freya's number?
Yeah, you would have a way to contact her.
Yeah.
Plus,
Just so,
I'm-
like, not with my ritual, because it takes time to
Plus,
answer.
Jax, think about it. Given the fact that Freya is quite introverted and likes her alone time, right?
Yes.
I'm sure she'll be happy to get off her resident necromancy advisor position to somebody in the pack
Yes.
and be left alone with her research and books.
Who who shall overlook such task? Me, Jasper, you, Larry, Cecil,
What task?
learning necromancy.
Oh, I could start since I already know a little bit.
And he
Jasper,
probably has a
basically,
benefit.
I volunteer as tribute.
No, no,
Yeah.
it was we all know who you're thinking at, and it's me. Don't need to say it.
Well,
Well, last I asked Cecil to teach me some necromancy, he gave me fucking plant magic.
okay. So he knows a bit about necromancy. He knows a bit how to do it, but I am the one with abyssal blood. So it probably leaves me or him.
Well, if she's going to be teaching him some skills in necromancy, probably should be him learning because he'll be out of her hair sooner. Besides, you don't know how learning necromancy on top of the abyss is going to actually interact. What
Which
if
we
there's like...
still kind of need.
Yeah, but I mean more like within the same
But we
Cainite
can do it
body.
in more controlled environments by
Either way,
keeping both
She-
powers apart.
She is a La Sombra, you know that.
yeah, but she's also a necromancer.
Yes. So he can do that. I can do that.
How in tune is she with the abyss specifically? You're like more geared towards the abyss.
Well, she knows a ritual or two, probably.
Soul Dark Umbra, I'm sure like the concept of abyss won't have any beef with the concept of Shadowlands. You know, I'm more worried if it's sort of like, like praying to two competing gods and attracting their wrath and consequences. I mean, I hardly should be one to speak, given everything.
Yeah, this pack is not really about not attracting any attention. Just call Cecil, ask his opinion. He's a member of the pack after all.
You can call him.
Fine.
Go ahead, Jack.
I'll call Cecil.
The phone rings, 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 and it goes to voicemail.
He's also like has this big project going on, so he might actually. be
Yeah, I
working
know.
on that. Either way, necromancy is something that.
Fine, let's call the second next big occult knowledge guy. Not guy anymore, but fuck, you get it. I'll call
Who?
Vicus.
Okay, the phone rings, and after a few moments, you hear from the other side a click. Hello.
Hello. Look, you probably should. You either seen what Serena and I did, or you probably can see it right now.
Well, the connection is faint since recent events.
Mm-hmm.
What do you need?
We are trying to decide who should learn necromancy in the pack.
And you're calling me because
You're knowledgeable, and I respect your opinion. Well, what it boils down to, it's either me or a new member of your clan. He knows a bit about necromancy already, and we require necromancy and incineration to work together.
Give it to my clan.
Okay.
Any other questions?
Probably. If you know something about Labyrinth, I would appreciate the knowledge. Other than that,
Heard of it. Read a few texts. Know a few things.
happen to know where the entrance is.
Serena snorts.
Jack.
I'm not asking where it is. I'm asking if you know where it is.
I know how to get to it.
Good. Then I shan't be a bad student.
Good.
Wait, before Jack hangs up, I move closer. Hello, Priscus. By the way, is the labyrinth on the upper level of the dark world, underworld, whatever? The lower one? Or somewhere in between?
There's a bit of silence. And Jack, you basically just hear. Are you absolutely sure it's a good idea to have a Malkavian as your pack priest?
I didn't make the rules. And whoever did the rules is a bit out of my league, okay?
Well, I do jest, but there are no such thing as layers in the Shadowlands. Not from my studies, anyway.
There
There's
kinda
cake-
are. I can come over later in the week. I can show.
I'm sure you're mistaken, but I invite the
I can entertain
challenge, I guess.
the idea.
Okay, I guess.
Cake layers. It's cake layers. Four-dimensional cake layers.
I'm sure you're just hungry. Anyway, I have business to attend to.
Very well.
Have a good night.
You too.
And there's
After Jack
So what
hangs
did
up,
you say?
I look to him. Maybe also double check if sharing Zapad with Vicus is currently also okay.
Well, I'd assume.
Well, still double check.
Yeah.
Either way, it's good to know that the connection has been weakened, because it was kind of weird.
Don't know what you're talking about. Fine. Another call of the night. Freya this time.
The phone rings, and after a few moments, you hear a click. Hello! How are you ruining my night?
Well, by making an offer.
Another one of your offers, Jack.
Yes, I'm well known for it. Look, I know you don't like us. I still appreciate your help, but
Don't flatter yourself, I don't like anyone.
well, good
snorts.
to know that you don't like us still. Probably the same as anybody else. Would you kindly do a following idea? We give you the books I brought. We still can read them, but they are completely yours. No claim. And in return, you'll teach one of my packmates the art of necromancy.
Serena whispers to Jack, remind her that she'll not have to deal with us anymore.
You can probably hear it because, like, the phone is pretty close. But yeah, essentially, you won't need to see us anymore after he's done studying.
Unless she wants to.
I won't want to.
Expected.
And this is... You give me this information, you give me all these books.
Mm-hmm.
You can throw in another extension of the library if you want.
We have the means. Not really the books, but...
Well, You leaving me alone is plenty. I'd still like to have access to your resources after you leave me alone. To some extent. A
To some
phone
extent.
call to bolster my own resources once in a while wouldn't hurt. For taking a pupil, what kind of
Zenith-
studies has he done so far?
He's a Zemitza that was stuck for 70 years in the Shadowlands, very courteous and polite.
I'll take it. It starts tomorrow
And
night. Don't be late.
and about
You heard the lady? I'll drop you by.
studies, I am able to summon ghosts and devour ghosts. And that's pretty much what I was able to learn by myself in the Shadowlands.
My. Alright. I can teach you. By the way, I'm assuming it's on speaker by this point.
Yeah.
Alright, I can teach you. For the price that I will not be bothered from here on out. And the books stay at my library.
We
You
still
can
have
access
to
them. You can access them while my new student is busy with his lessons. But after that, I don't think I will tolerate any visits.
Is it possible to lodge a written request for certain literature to borrow it as in the library and then return, so that you don't even need to welcome us inside?
That's acceptable.
I mean,
So
I
essentially,
understand.
the books are in the library.
Yes.
We just have to submit written request for it.
Yes, so that, nobody pops in unannounced at your place and
Plus,
nobody hangs around.
it's not like I'm the one reading the letters anyway.
By the way, are there any books on the underworld regarding layers, dimensions, cake-like structure?
Jack, are you absolutely sure having a Malkavian pack priest is a good idea?
Are you fucking kidding me? For the second time tonight, it wasn't my idea, and whoever's idea it was, they're, kinda above me in the rank.
So need I to remind you, divination, oracular abilities.
Well, those are certainly very impressive. Describing the Shadowlands like a cake is not.
Well,
It
it's
She's not really scientific in this regard.
look. There's probably
Can
more
we
physical things.
just not explain Shadowlands as a cake? Just for everybody's sake.
Not just that. Shadowlands
Well,
doesn't have layers. No such thing. Shadowlands is a
Dimensions?
fixed plane. It can be traveled spatially. It does not have necessarily a way to travel through time, though I'm sure some of us have figured out how to do that. But it is a dimension. There's no way to go in a separate dimension while staying in the Shadowlands. It doesn't work like that.
Let's say I have information that could attest that there might be a way. There might be.
Serena
Yeah.
looks to Jasper with like a look that says,
Shut the fuck up.
remember what we talked about on multiple occasions today?
Okay, if there's a labyrinth which goes to Abyss, there is kinda a way. Fucking regardless, we can have this discussion later if you wish.
Well, I'd rather
Serena,
not.
Serena, just stop describing Shadowlands as a cake for a while, please.
For like
I
actual
know it's compelling.
books.
I know it's compelling, but
Jack, that's why I asked for a book to have the proper terms used by various representatives of metaphysical
Well,
methods.
the idea itself is wrong. But if you're, or shall I say my student, would like to try and prove me wrong, he's more than welcome to try. Once he fails, a lesson will be taught at least.
Jasper just smiles like he likes the challenge, but he says nothing more, especially after Serena looked at him.
Now, anything
Library
else? Or
Any books on mage, like non-Cainite perceptions of, like the
plenty?
world?
What are you looking for?
So, the pagans had the whole like high realm, middle realm of nature, and underworld of like darkness, entropy, death. Are any sorcerer mage books handling basically the astral, the nature, spirits, elements, and the dark side of the spiritual world in like handle those layers or describe them?
I do have a couple of volumes that might help.
Shall I send you a written SMS text with a request for the book?
It'll cost you a blood boon, but sure.
Ah, yes, it's part of your part of the library.
You have access to the books you bring me for the time I am teaching whatever his name is.
Can we borrow them still afterwards? Them for our nasty enemies that are allied with them.
Via written request.
Yeah, that's
All
what I mean.
others must be paid for.
Okay.
There is still a deal that I can read a lot of your books really quickly. I'll
Don't try to
have
scam
to
the system.
catch up. I'll try to catch up on it a bit later.
Either way, I do have certain payments that could work, but got to approve us by higher-ups first.
Well, good luck with that. Whatever your name is, tomorrow don't be late. And I expect
I
the
will
book
not.
delivery to come along with it. And there's a click.
I will be sure to take them all.
You've got a whole wing built anew to your library with all the books. Like, how can we deliver them if they're at your place?
There was already a click. It's done.
Oh my god. Well, you're in for a treat, buddy.
Freya is probably one of the ways I could have turned out if I was of like a necromancer or a Zombra clan. Closest I got to it was in a cult shop with a big library that a lot had to be left behind.
Interesting. I will try to see if there is anything along the lines of depth to the Shadowlands while I'm in her place.
Well,
Since
either
apparently I
way,
might
don't
be able to have access to it.
don't argue or like try to
Serena,
prove
can
what
you
we're
can
wrong.
you please pull a card, but I ask the question?
Oh, yeah, I mean, what's your query?
Does the blood of Johnny has anything to do with it?
Mm-hmm. Wait, does the blood of Johnny have anything to do with your map
Yes.
of the underworld revealing hidden layers?
Yes.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 to divine.
She
1,
doesn't
2,
even
3, 4,
ask how I
5,
got
6,
blood of
7,
Johnny.
8, 9. 9 to interpret. Serena looks at you if she notices that Jack has this like, like, aren't you gonna ask look, she's like,
No, he's like surprised. She's not asking, but like
but
not
you
evading the
remember
question.
Serena already did her path indoctrination, which also included very similar aspects, just with different players. Did you, after some point, she's like, did you have to eat Johnny as part of your
I had
transition?
to kill him, but blood is blood, and I would make use of it after at the end of the day.
Hey, part of my transition was diablerizing a hound that failed to defect to Sabbat. First diablery, literally insta addiction.
Oh, but yeah,
Hey, at
I've
least
been
it's
feeling kind of weird tonight, so might be blood of Johnny.
well,
Okay, so you draw a card.
Miguel. Yes, like I said, 7 to divine, 9 to interpret.
Phrase the question,
Give me.
please.
Did the blood of Johnny, mage, have to do with the advanced multi-layered map of the Shadowlands that Jack was able to conjure?
You draw the sun.
The cards say absolutely yes, which means we definitely need mage literature.
Good luck finding that. Well, I know the source. Nobody would like it.
I'll try to see if there's any there.
What
Anywhere?
source?
Probably. What source? House of Tremere.
Oh, no.
Yes, you see. You see.
But that's been a while, right? Like, they've
True.
been turned a long time ago. We don't know how much mages knew of the world back then. You know?
Well, we can't really find a mage. Well, I can, actually. I can feel him. But
Really?
I can feel magic of living, not dead.
I've been previously encountering plenty of mages.
Yeah, I can basically feel the magic of the living, not the dead. So if, for example, Cecil does anything with Coldonism, can't feel shit. Johnny, different question.
I can detect them with aura reading.
Yeah.
Anyway, I'm going to prepare myself to go there tomorrow. You guys have fun talking about mages, since I have nothing, no clue whatsoever about mages. You can
Yeah.
leave me to it.
All of you sort of feel that there shouldn't be too long until sunrise.
Yeah.
And as you begin feeling this, Cecil re-enters the house, or the apartment, from the rooftop access, and as he makes his way inside, he is missing one of his arms, and under the other, he has 3 very thick tomes that look absolutely ancient.
Not
But-
that.
Did you rob a mage's library?
Giovanni, no questions, please.
Oh.
No questions
But-
asked.
By the way, we figured out why Jack was able to make the map that revealed aspects of the underworld, the dark world, that weren't available before.
I'll get that information once I... He seems to focus, twists his head, and Serena, you feel sort of your eye twitch and your neck kind of give a bit. Wonderful. Mage blood. Another thing we need.
I think we need their books.
Could I have a look at those books afterwards, Cecil?
Yeah. I just need to skim through them first.
He's gonna study under Freya. He's gonna be the resident necromancer.
Best you have a look at them after you study them. Don't want her getting any of these secrets.
Very well.
And Cecil just goes into the room, slams the door behind him.
Well, the fan just hit the fan.
It is a bedroom where I'm gonna have to go and sleep, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like, mentally, Iris is like, didn't expect to see moodiness like you're like in teenagers, but oh well. Not every day somebody comes back from death, you know.
Mm-hmm. And has to steal Giovanni's books.
Also has to build the Dzimizi equivalent of the tallest tower in Dubai.
He is building the Zikurath.
But
Yes.
It's for the
Warcraft
eldest,
references.
Habibi.
look, we need to find mage books.
Burj Mitlifa.
We need to find mage books. If the underworld is interconnected and they have like theoretical knowledge of it or like recordings of it, then we can use it.
Yes.
Just like the Tremere backwards engineered their freaking magic. Use their like navigation map, so to say.
And with this conclusion, eyes to the future,
Mm-hmm.
we will end tonight's session. Everyone present receives 2 experience. And we will return next week.
See you around.